Yeah, it was, maybe it's just rearranged differently, but it wasn't SST. So if this
When
is the same.
literal, the only felt cap just kind
It was
of
just arranged
deposits
differently.
white.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, okay. It was,
Okay, how's everybody doing? We got a big crowd this year compared to last year. I'll tell you what, this is fantastic. So I think we're ready to start. I've had an opportunity here to walk around and meet most of you, but just by way of introduction in a formal way here for those out in TV land, I guess, for YouTube and all the others. So for our students, get your best shot, your profile, whatever it is, make sure that's how you point, right? But by way of introduction, my name's Joe Sinicrope, and for the past 13 years, I served as a research scientist at Florida International University, where I kind of lead a nuclear decommissioning portfolio of various research projects for the Department of Energy's Office of Environmental Management. And so that's what I do in my day job. Prior to that, I was a U.S. Marine Corps officer for 22 years. So if an oorah slips out over the course of this, or for the parents out there, or any of you that are mentors, have heard horrifying stories of having to wake up at 05 to do PT, my apologies ahead of time for any of that. It's not true, right? Okay? But today, why am I here now? What is my capacity? And I can tell you right now, I've been honored and privileged to serve as the faculty mentor for this outstanding group of young men and women that are here before us to get today. It's just been fantastic. We have 13 of them. I was able to do this last year and got introduced to it and served as the faculty mentor last year. Absolutely fell in love with it. The energy, just the dynamic nature of this group of folks. And so I begged and pleaded to come back this year, and they said yes. So that's what I am here to do, and I'm also going to serve as your masters of ceremony over the course of the presentations here. Now, all that said, I guess we should probably give you a little background about the WISE program itself, and particularly for the parents, for those, we've got folks coming from Tennessee, from Alabama, from all over. The WISE program has been doing this exact same thing for almost 50 years now. And what they do is they competitively select the highest caliber young men and women in the engineering disciplines to come up here into the policy space. As a former Intel guy, I can tell you how critical it is to have engineers apply their unique skill sets to problem sets that we encountered in the intelligence community. And as I look up here in the DC community, it is readily apparent and evident that the program, by bringing engineers to bear, is having tremendous success. Many of you in here are alum from this particular program itself. You cannot hit a particular area in any of these agencies, whether we go to the patent office, whether we go to the Department of State, whether we come up here, it doesn't matter. We run into a WISE intern at some point in time. So the program is meeting the metric in being able to bring fantastic young men and women, particularly engineers, into the policy space and make a tremendous impact in the development of policy. And so some of the topics here, I kind of wrote them down, but we kind of look at policy here, or engineering applied to policy, in two ways. So you have engineering for policy, and a topic like that might be bringing a potential technological solution or family of solutions to drug-resistant epilepsy, for example. Engineers are the ones that have the capacity to come in here and be able to do that kind of work. But then we also have policy to support engineering, right? And you also need an engineer to come in here and provide that kind of topic. So maybe on workforce development deficiencies in the air traffic control community or the nuclear community. You got to have engineers in here to make and help informed decision making take place. But with that said, as we go through, it takes a village, as we say. And none of us would be here today, none of you, for my 13 newly adopted kids here, would be here if not for people stepping up and making a conscious decision to establish and build what Fiona Hill called an infrastructure of opportunity. All right? And some of those people are in this very room, obviously. So if you're a parent, stick your paws up in the air. We got some parents here. We have obviously co-workers here, professors here, who have all kind of laid the groundwork to building that infrastructure of opportunity. But ones that we'd like to kind of call out in particular here, you all have been sponsored by societies that have stepped up. And so we have IEEE, we have Russ, Erica, we got the whole IEEE fan here. Annie Perrin is in here with her mom, and then the whole group that have sponsored 7 of these particular students. We have ASTM International, who is coming here. We have Travis, Sarah, Steve up there, who have been just absolute champions of the program, and they are sponsoring 2 individuals up here. I think we have ASHRAE here, is that correct? With Bies, who's come here, who has provided support in this particular effort. And then we have the American Nuclear Society, Alan, Dr. Levin, who will be coming later this afternoon to see his folks come in. But for you all, a lot of people are investing in your future. A lot of people are building that infrastructure of opportunity for you to take your talents and to succeed. And so for me, I'd like to kind of leave a message for the interns. This is my last chance to talk to you formally. You've been hearing me for the last 9 weeks, so I'm sure you're happy about that. But for you all, I'm going to leave you with a charge. And I use a charge like we do in the Marine Corps. A charge, not a task. A charge is something you got to internalize. It's serious. You got to kind of press out. And my charge to you is to lead. I was talking to Russ earlier today. This program is really about leadership development. This city up here, the policies, is about leadership. So what I will tell you and give you my special form of leadership that each and every one of you, I hope, carry forward. Always remember, number 1, officers eat last. Remember that quote and adopt that as your framework. The bottom line is that you are here to serve and not get served. That's what leadership is about, service, all right? Leaders always operate at a deficit, I say, because you're always giving more than you take. And you all, each and every one of you, have shown me that you're capable of doing that as we move forward. When things go wrong, say I, and when things go right, say they. So make sure that you step forward with that. And I would say that at the end of the day, always remember that leadership is not just about authority, but it's actually about influence. All right? And the way to get to influence, if you had asked me what are the pillars of influence, I would tell you character. Focus on the character. Don't ever let anyone tell you that character doesn't matter, because it is the crux of the whole effort for leadership. Competence. Continue seizing opportunities to learn and get better and to get stronger in your respective skills. So character and competence. And the last one, which is what this whole program is about, connection. Make sure that you reach out and make human connections. Despite your technology backgrounds, there's very few technological problems that don't have a human solution to them that get done through connection, all right? And that's what this program's about. So go forward. My charge to you is to do great things, lead us into the next thing, take the helm, and take us to where we couldn't imagine it could go in a positive place, okay? So with that, our order of march today, I would say death by PowerPoint, but I've seen these presentations and they are lively. So I think that we're in for a fantastic, fantastic day. We're gonna put Kate, I think you're up front and center, am I right?
Yep, yeah, but we'll stick to the schedule because there are people online who think she's not starting till 10. So I wanna.
I did let them know.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I think we gave, so, but we can adjust
Okay,
out.
I just wanna make sure, yeah, because that'll be, if she starts.
Otherwise, that's the end of my speech, so unless you wanna see me dance. Yeah. We'll go ahead and get started, so Kate?
Okay, we can go.
All right, can you guys hear me okay? Yes. Okay. Hi, my name is Kate Rutherford, and I'm a rising junior civil engineering student at the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga. And I've had the pleasure of being able to represent ASTM this summer at the WISE program. And this summer, my policy topic is building confidence in the beneficial use of coal combustion residuals. I've been working with CCRs for over a year now, and I actually live very close to the TVA power plant in Cumberland City. So coal ash has been a part of my life for many years, and it's a very personal topic to me. So I am very excited to be able to cover it this summer. So what are coal combustion residuals, or CCRs? They are the byproducts produced when you burn coal within a power plant. And there are four main ones I'll be referring to today: fly ash, bottom ash, flue gas desulfurization gypsum, and boiler slag. The U.S. has over 2 billion tons of CCRs in disposal units across the country currently, but only 0.2% of these disposed CCRs are beneficially used annually. It's not to say that these CCRs don't have any beneficial uses available to them. There are novel beneficial uses being researched for these disposed CCRs. However, markets for these CCRs are slow to develop. Why is that? Well, before we get into the why, we need to get into the background of CCR regulation. Before 2015, there were very few regulations surrounding the storage of CCRs. And this all changed with the Kingston spill in 2008. At TVA's Kingston fossil plant spill in 2008, a dike broke, causing millions of tons of coal fly ash spill into the Emory River. Cleanup efforts took almost 6 years, and monitoring of the groundwater and river around this area is still ongoing. As a result, the EPA implemented the CCR final rule in 2015, and the CCR final rule primarily covered CCR disposal sites, especially in relation to the groundwater beneath these storage sites and the remediation of this groundwater. So then CCR producers then assumed much higher storage costs as they needed to update or make new disposal sites that were up to the EPA standards. And CCR producers also assumed liability for any future site failures. So producers then turned to beneficial use as a way to both mitigate the risk of storing CCRs and to bring in extra revenue from selling CCRs to interested customers. And there are interested customers. CCR users have a variety of benefits for beneficially using CCRs. CCRs can act as inexpensive alternative to virgin, more expensive materials. They can also improve product properties. For example, CCRs in cement can improve the workability and overall strength of the final concrete. There are also environmental benefits for beneficially using CCRs. Using them lessens concern about stability at these sites because you're removing CCRs from the disposal sites. And also you can lessen the potential environmental effects of storing CCRs, like potentially heavy metals leaching to the soil beneath these disposal sites. So if there are all these benefits to beneficially using CCRs, why are markets slow to develop around them? Well, this is due to a lack of confidence in beneficially using CCRs. Currently, there are only 4 beneficial uses officially recognized by the EPA, and these are CCRs used in structural fills and cement production, and in flue gas desulfurization gypsum, specifically in wallboard and agriculture. Deviation from these pre-approved and federally recognized beneficial uses can incur liability for companies exploring novel beneficial uses with CCRs. Additionally, there is uncertainty in the characterization techniques of CCRs. Currently, the primary techniques used to characterize the chemical and physical properties of CCRs come from soil standards. And while these have served us in the past, it's been found recently that these soils tests can be inaccurate or provide incorrect results. And so it's difficult for CCR producers to get an accurate reading of what exactly they have, and therefore makes it difficult for them to provide a very consistent product to CCR users. There's also a lack of clear, consistent terminology within the CCR world. There are many different ways you can describe CCRs. The industry and the EPA use CCR, coal combustion residual, while people on ASTM side or the beneficial use side commonly use CCP, or coal combustion products. There's also a variety of ways to describe CCRs that have either been exposed to water or not, which they have differences chemically, so that's important. You can describe them as hydrated versus pre-hydrated ash, fresh versus harvested ash, unweathered versus unweathered ash. There's a lot of different ways to describe them. There's also commingled ash. There's not really any terminology for describing specific kinds of commingled CCRs, and that's necessary for CCR producers to be able to effectively communicate what they can give to the buyer. Overall, CCR users don't have confidence in the CCRs that they are receiving, and thus they incur risk in the final CCR beneficial use. And the primary sources of this lack of confidence comes from a lack of knowledge about CCRs and a lack of reliable CCRs. So, my proposed solution to building confidence in the beneficial use of CCRs is through industry-led standards. And as you can see, there are a variety of benefits to using industry-led standards, but I'll only be going over a couple today. Firstly, industry-led standards provide a methodology for identification, characterization, and testing of CCRs. So as I mentioned earlier, we really only have soils tests that are available to us to characterize CCRs, and therefore new CCR-specific tests need to be developed by the industry. And through industry-led standards, they can fully outline these tests and allow the industry to have consistent and quality tests. And so the industry will then have very consistent results across the entire industry. Additionally, industry-led standards take all perspectives into account. Producers, users, and regulators of CCRs can all provide their expertise in making industry-led standards, and therefore these standards are very fair and well-rounded, and they can serve the entire industry. Industry-led standards are also informed by industry needs. Since they're developed directly by the industry themselves, they are informed by the conditions of the CCR landscape. And while federal regulations kind of guide industry towards where it needs to eventually be, standards can outline those steps to uphold regulation. Overall, industry-led standards transfer knowledge between producers and users, thus building confidence in CCR beneficial use. So, for my recommendations, my first recommendation is for Subcommittee E5003 to update ASTM E2201, or the standard terminology for coal combustion products. As I mentioned earlier, there needs to be clarified terminology within the CCR space, and while this standard does describe many different terms in the industry, it does need to be updated to reflect the current times, as well as distinguishing between hydrated and pre-hydrated CCRs and different types of commingled CCRs. An updated ASTM will equip stakeholders with effective language to communicate what they are either selling or buying. My next recommendation is for Subcommittee E5003 to also advance current ASTM CCR guides and specifications. Now there are two sides to this. Topics with many different methods should remain as guides. So what I mean by this is, for example, The CCR drying guide, or determining and reporting the water content of coal combustion products for beneficial use, should remain as a guide. There are many different ways to dry a CCR, and letting this remain as a guide with many different methods within it will give the industry flexibility to carry out these tests. However, topics with one primary situation should be advanced to a standard. So, for example, the CCR Fuel Identification Guide, or describing coal combustion products and field investigations for beneficial use, should be advanced to a more strict standard. And really, there's only one way to identify CCRs in the field, and if you standardize this across the entire industry, you then get consistent products overall. So standards like these should be advanced from a guide to something more strict and consistent across the entire industry. My final recommendation is for ASTM Committee E50 to advertise developing CCR standards to the industry. So like I mentioned earlier, one of the major drivers of a lack of confidence in CCRs is a lack of knowledge about them. And the industry should be able to provide its expertise and its input on any developing standards and guide where those standards should focus next. However, the industry cannot do this if it does not know what standards are currently being developed and what's happening in the CCR standards world. And so E50 should advertise these standards at things like presentations during conferences or during meetings, so that the industry is well informed about what is happening in the CCR standards landscape. So then these updated, useful standards can allow CCR users to feel very confident in their knowledge and risk of beneficially using CCRs. And also, these new standards can apply not just within the country, but internationally, benefiting and advancing the knowledge of the entire CCR beneficial use community. That's all I have. Thank you for listening. And do you have any questions?
Okay, so I get to kind of pick folks with questions, but beforehand, it would be uncharacteristic of me if I did not make a few observations. Number one, if you are from the state of Tennessee, please raise your hand.
I mean, we should plant the flag outside, right? And I think that we have two honorary members of Tennessee. I think Chris and Blake, if I recall, your guy who gave you your tour guide was from Tennessee. And then, I swear to God, as I saw you walk in, I was like, Kate, well, it's supposed to be presenting, right? So here she is, her identical twin is here with us today. So, do you have any questions?
I know too much about this already.
But with that, we'll go ahead and open it up for questions. So if anybody has any questions, I expect my TVA guys to come with some questions.
You mentioned that the DBA only recognizes 4 uses for CCR beneficial use. As a result of improving the standards that you recommended here, what future novel uses do you see potentially benefiting from this?
So I mainly worked on fly ash, and so I'm really hoping that novel uses like fly ash and ceramics especially could be something that the EPA looks at and approves. But there are a lot of novel uses out there, and I think that once standards are developed for them, then the EPA can kind of just take them and go, oh, look, they've already developed this for us. So we'll just take that into regulation. But I think if you're talking about like specific industries that could benefit, I definitely think ceramics could be a big one for both like fly ash and bottom ash. And then there was some, I'm thinking right now, there was some water filtration stuff that was interesting by turning this into zeolites and then using it. And then, I can't think of any others off the top of my head, but there were like 16 that I looked into. So there's a lot of potential out there. And I think once these standards are kind of developed and researched more and pitched to industry as something that's very beneficial for them, I think the EPA will recognize a lot more very quickly.
Okay, fantastic. Any other questions?
Thank you, Jade. I appreciate how you talked about growing this knowledge within ASTM ASTM to produce standards that we can use across the industry, whether in academic or professional settings, to classify this material. Throughout your research this summer, with support of the faculty advisor and conversations with your peers, how do you see that the growth in ASTM and standardization of our knowledge of this material helps companies to adopt it despite if the EPA is approving these as beneficial uses?
Yeah. So a lot of what I've seen, especially when talking to people from ASTM, is that ASTM is very credible organization that has a lot of industry knowledge behind it, and so I think a lot of the hesitation that potential CCR users interested in beneficial use have is that it might be seen as uncharted territory. It might be seen as something that's like, oh, this product might fail, and we don't know enough about it to accurately determine that, and so it's risky. And I think with standards, you've got, just inherently by the creation of standards, you've got a lot of industry expertise going into it. You've got both producers and users kind of providing their input on it. And so if users look at these, look at any new standard for a novel use, they'll be able to go, oh, so people on both the producer side and the user side kind of have looked at this and have been able to make a legitimate standard around it. And so I feel more safe using it because they provided all their expertise. And they I also think a lot of standards try to help comply with regulation, like I mentioned earlier. They outline steps on how you can comply with regulations. And so I think those standards also kind of show this is something that's proven and safe to do. And so you should get in on it.
I have the online questions, and one is from Craig at ASTM, and he asks, are there roles for government agencies at the federal, state, or local levels to contribute to the standards work you recommend?
Yes, so I go into this more in my paper, but regulators do have a place in standards. It's outlined in the OMB 119 circular that regulators are kind of not obligated to help with standards, but they are encouraged to if that's their area of expertise and that's where they're kind of doing regulations. It saves regulators a lot of time and money to be able to go look at these standards and go, oh, they've done all the research that we need already. And so regulators definitely have a place to also help these standards comply with federal regulations and make sure that these standards don't overstep anything. So I think there's definitely a place for regulators, even, state or federal level.
Hello, good morning. I'm Caroline Treefield of the American Chemical Society. I have a question, and I'm curious whether you considered what role, if any, the National Institute for Standards and Technology should play in that as a standard-making federal agency that is not regulatory, but rather focused on standards.
Mm-hmm. My research mainly focused on what ASTM could do, but I have heard that NIST actually has been looking at Flash as well. I'm going to be talking to someone tomorrow about that, actually. So they definitely have a part. Most of my recommendations focus on ASTM just because that's what I was working with previously. But I think NIST definitely, as a non-regulatory or as an agency that's not necessarily federal regulations, but just standards, I think they definitely have a place. I'm excited to kind of see how they can contribute to these standards. Because ASTM has been doing a lot for the CCR standards industry, but I would love to see more agencies of this type get in on it, because I think it is a very promising avenue for standards and this work as a whole.
Keith, excellent job. I applaud your work on this. And before I give you my question, I just want to know that all of my information on this topic came from you. So excellent work. Quite many grants in this. But my understanding is a lot of the issues that you see right now with this problem is the monitoring that goes into just storage and the regulations around that. Does that translate into any of the products that it goes into? Would that be a hindrance for cement concrete producers
Yes, so I believe that the main point is that the CCR needs to encapsulate. Like, that's why you can't use like fly ash just in agriculture. Our standards here are that, or the regulations here is that you can't use an unencapsulated use, which means that the CCR is not fully contained within the product, and therefore is able to potentially leach out minerals. So there is potential CCR users are subject to that, and that's kind of another reason why they might be hesitant. There are many encapsulated beneficial uses that are that I looked into that are very that have a lot of potential. But there are also some unencapsulated uses that CCR users might look at and go, well, this stuff could leach out, and we could be subject to any like leaching limits. So there is definitely that, and yes, CCR users are beholden to those sorts of regulations. But the hope is that with the novel beneficial uses that we find, the use itself is going to be safe and is going to be under all of those leaching limits anyway. So users wouldn't necessarily have to worry about it, but it's something that we have to research.
All right, well, that's a lot of questions. So we might have time for one more, because I'm looking at her twin. Otherwise, I hear you all got a musical endeavor going on.
We do.
All right. Well, if you want to give a shameless plug.
You want to do a shameless plug of our album?
Yes, we're classical folk guitarists. We have an album on YouTube. We're called The Second Tower, and our album's called The Three-Footed Box. So if you want to listen to some classical folk music, check us out.
Yeah.
All right, absolutely outstanding TBA. You know what you're getting. You all are some lucky gentlemen. So thank you very much, Kate. Fantastic. And I look forward to seeing you on E50. Whoever controls that, I know we got a couple staff managers up here saying, get her on our team. So fantastic job, okay? So next in the chute is Ty. Believe it or not, as he sets his thing up, I'll let you know, because he won't tell you. I think, Ty, you played collegiate sports, am I correct in that?
Yes, sir.
And so he comes in and he's sporting his street creds, and he's, believe it or not, a competitive high jumper. Have I got that right?
Indeed.
And so we're like, all right, let's see it. And so we have these kind of weekly basketball games, and believe me, we saw it. The guy is still like a freaking SpaceX up there as he launches up. So absolutely fantastic. I think we're ready to go.
I believe so. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ty Garrison, and I am a student at the Illinois Institute of Technology studying aerospace engineering. Over the summer, I've had the pleasure of being sponsored by ASTM International as part of the WISE program. My policy research this summer has focused on policy recommendations to help incentivize private investment in air traffic control, otherwise known as ATC. So, over the past 70 plus years, since the FAA was founded, the U.S. national air system has become one of the safest and most complex in the entire world. This is a result of our continuing innovation in aviation technology. However, we have lacked in our innovation in workforce development recently, and that has caused a dramatic shortage of air traffic controllers. So, as you can see by this graph, we are at a 30-year staffing low with air traffic controllers, coming nearly 4,000 controllers short of FAA staffing models. As you can see on that graph, with orange representing the year 2024 and blue representing the year 2014, we are just in the past 10 years, you can see a dramatic shift in facilities being less than 85% staffed, whereas in 2014, just 10 years ago, there's a lot more that were overstaffed with greater than 115% staffing fill rates. This has manifested itself in numerous high-profile accidents, recently at DCA and LaGuardia. Specifically, the one at DCA last year, we saw it was the largest commercial accident in the past 25 years. And that prompted the National Transportation Safety Board, or the NTSB, to do a report on this accident. Through that report, they concluded that though air traffic control fatigue and shortage wasn't the primary cause, it was a major contributing factor. Because the air traffic controller in charge of runway traffic that night was in charge of both helicopter and airline traffic, which goes directly against FAA regulation. Congress has taken note of this shortage and has since put forth legislation such as the FAA Reauthorization Act of 2024, as well as the Air Traffic Control Workforce Development Act of 2025. As you can see represented by this graph, we've also seen a 308% increase in overtime hours per FTE for these controllers. You can see since 2013 or 2014, it's been a near constant climb in overtime hours outside of the dip down for COVID. This has manifested itself in causing delays on aircraft or airliners, which have, despite causing inconveniences at the airport, it costs airliners $135 to $165 million per year. This is the primary cause of this has been the fact that there's been a single FAA academy that is responsible for training all of our air traffic controllers, which has created a fairly large bottleneck in the hiring process. So, the only academy that can train air traffic controllers for the last 70 years has been the one in Oklahoma City. As you can see on this flow chart, though, it is a very selective process. Out of the over 106,000 applicants, only about 2,600 end up actually graduating the academy. And that's not even considering the training they have to go through at facility-specific training at their specific tower. That makes a 2.4% success rate through this process. And that's not even accounting for the on-site training they have to go through once they get to their facility. One way they've tried to alleviate this bottleneck has been the ATCTI program, or Air Traffic Collegiate Training Initiative. This has two separate types of programs. We have the Enhanced Program and Standard Track. The Enhanced programs allow graduates of these programs to completely skip the training they would undergo at the FAA Academy and begin with their facility-specific training as soon as they graduate from college. Standard programs allow for a fast-track route through the FAA Academy, which still lessens the strain on the Academy. However, by definition, this program is non-funded and leaves the college responsible to pay for all the highly expensive high-fidelity simulators and faculty to staff these programs. Therefore, my policy recommendations are as such. Urge Congress to pass and fully fund the Air Traffic Control Workforce Development Act of 2025, which sets up a $20 million per year grant structure for these ATCTI programs. However, it leaves a gap as it does not yet appropriate funds. That is where I propose a federal-private grant structure come in to help supplement the federal funds. As I already discussed, airliners are losing $135 to $165 million each year, which shows they have an incentive to invest in bettering the workforce. And this is precedented by numerous federal agencies, as well as adding a fee to the Airline Carrier Certificate, or ACC. The ACC, specifically Part 121, is required for any large-scale commercial airline. 90 airlines have it as of April 2026, and this proposed fee will scale with fleet size as to not disproportionately affect smaller airlines. So, we would use the funds from this grant matching structure to help better fund and build out the ATCTI program and to expand it to more colleges, therefore further alleviating the stress on the FAA Academy bottleneck, as well as using the fees collected from the added AACC fee to help go back into the Airport and Airway Trust Fund, or AATF, to help offset the cost of eventually constructing a second FAA Academy. Some examples of alternative funding that currently exist are the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, which is completely funded on fees collected on applications. Similar to our grant matching structure, the highway system is split 80-20 between federal funds and local funds. This means that both federal and local funds must be in place before construction can begin on any project. Similarly, the SEC collects registration and transaction fees from financial markets to help fund their activities. Looking towards our stakeholders, we see that these solutions satisfy all involved stakeholders, as the FAA is directly incentivized to improve air traffic safety and the ATC hiring platform. Airlines are also highly incentivized to support these solutions, as it costs them millions of dollars each year that they are losing as a result of delays. And that's not even accounting for the cascading delays that one delay can cause throughout the rest of the day. And then the National Air Traffic Controllers Association and controllers at large stand to gain a lot from this, as it lessens the fatigue on their shoulders, as well as provides them a more stable hiring pathway. And these colleges and AT-CTI programs are also incentivized for these solutions because it means that they are able to build out their programs and better develop them, as well as attract more students and train them for high-paying and stable jobs. In conclusion, my final recommendations are as follows. Urge Congress to add a grant matching structure that would allow the Air Traffic Control Workforce Development Act that would incentivize private investment into air traffic control workforce development. And my second recommendation is the FAA levy a fee on the air carrier certificate and use that increased revenue to help offset the cost of constructing a second FAA academy. Thank you for your time.
Okay, so before we take questions, and so we're trying to keep ourselves on time here.
Way ahead of
Yeah, way ahead of time,
We should
that's
probably
all.
keep it
So I'll feel it,
Yeah.
right. So one of the key learning points that we try to get through this program this year is to look for alternative solutions to just hard legislation and regulation, all right? So we are, I think it is fair to say, in an environment, a deregulatory environment, somewhat of a standstill on several of these legislative actions that you've seen. So what I have challenged each of the interns to do this year is to look for alternative ways to move the ball forward in your respective areas, all right? Some of those being standards use, for example. Maybe you can leverage standards development organizations to fill kind of a little void or a little gap to address some of the issues that are at play, rather than mandating a legislative solution. Another one is incentivizing and/or having industry put skin in the game in order to address and tackle some of the very problems that are costing them money as well. And so what I really like about Ty's effort here is that it kind of hits that second one. It forces, or at least puts forth, this premise that there are things that industry can do to jump in and fill the void and solve some of the problems that impact them directly, even if they are things that we would consider public good type of things, all right? And so, Ty, my hat's off to you for doing that. You really have kind of emphasized that learning point as we go through, so really appreciate it. And so with that, I'm going to open the floor to questions.
Ty, this was really excellent, and I especially appreciate some of the alternative models that you presented for other parts of the government and how they fund things. So I have two different questions for you, but they are related. I would love for you to say a little bit more about the alternative training program at universities. It was really stunning to me that for the traditional classic program, it's a 2.4% rate of getting through that, rate of success. How does the alternative university program ensure the same level of rigor? And then very related to that, we know there's never enough money for everything. So say the chair of the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee came to you and said, Ty, this is a fantastic presentation, but we have to choose. We can either give more money, more grants to the alternative programs at universities, or we cannot give them any more money, but stand up the second traditional training center. What would be your argument there?
Thank you so much. So for the first part of that, the way they hold up the rigor of the AT-CTI programs as opposed to the academy, as you see, a lot of that is initial screening. So these colleges still do the same screening and same medical screening processes as the academy. It's just theirs is a lot more streamlined since they have less total applicants to look at. Like they have 106,000 applicants, so it's a long, drawn-out process. And a lot of times, what people in the hiring process will do is they will just find other work. So a lot of those pathways isn't necessarily because it's an extremely rigorous, it is an extremely rigorous process, but a lot of it is because it takes so long and so bureaucratically slow, they will just find work, other work. Because most of these have engineering degrees or are looking for other technically minded jobs. So during this process, if they find better work elsewhere, many of them are just going to leave that program. Whereas the AT-CTI program is concurrent while they're getting their degree. So it's something they can do while they're currently in college, so they don't have anywhere better to go. They're kind of already in that phase where they're learning and training for their career. So That's why the ATCTI programs still will hold up to the same rigor. And it's also a very new program. Like I was reading this past spring had the first graduating classes of it. So there hasn't been a ton of evidence yet because the FAA Academy has around a 30% fail rate of once they even get to the academy. So there hasn't been enough. It hasn't been long enough to really see what the fail rate of these ATCTI programs is yet. It's still too new of a program. And for the second one, that it's a hard question because ultimately I think the ATCTI program is a better way to go because it spreads out the training, and like a lot of these facility-specific training they undergo is really just their first few months is just memorizing maps of the airport. So having these programs spread out across the country in these different places where all their, because there's not one central tower in Oklahoma City that controls all of it. There's many towers across the country. So having these controllers, training in Florida and Washington, and studying that area more, they're already more attuned to learning those maps. They don't have to spend as long time learning those maps. So I do think the ATCTI program would be extremely handy, or would probably be the way to go, at least for looking towards the future.
Yeah, so Ty's in a rough spot because my first job in the Marine Corps was as a combat air traffic controller. So he got somebody who had some firsthand. And as a university guy, I would say we obviously are going to support the thing that brings and diversifies that geographic, all those components as well as the CTI program. So perfect. All right, do we have any other questions?
Excellent work, Ty. Quick question for you I have is how much pushback would the current academy have on supporting the second academy? It kind of sounds like they have a bit of a monopoly over it. They kind of want to keep it that way.
Yes.
It's in their best interest, probably not.
Yes, that is why I brought up the FAA Reauthorization Act of 2024, because originally included in that piece of legislation was wording and a mandate to start building a second FAA Academy. Though it was removed before they wouldn't pass it until that wording was removed because of pushback from that second academy, from current representatives who support this primary academy, because it is a major financial driver for the area. And that's another reason why I think, though a second FAA Academy would nearly instantly double classroom size, allow for a lot more faculty to teach, and ultimately be a net positive, the ATCTI program is more likely to succeed, because it's not really like removing anything, because there's still people that are going to go to the FAA Academy. It's not replacing it, it's just giving another place for people to train. So it's not as direct, and it's not also as large of a cost, because these as of now, colleges are kind of responsible for paying all of them, and it's also a lot smaller of an initial cost. Whereas building the academy, like building a second academy, is going to be a big, high upfront sticker price. These smaller academies that or these smaller ATCTI programs that we're just slightly improving year on year, it's a lot more of a smaller pill to swallow for legislators.
Okay, perfect. Any other questions?
Thank you, Ty, that was very interesting. You just mentioned one stakeholder, and that's the current academy. If you had a year to get your proposal passed, what other stakeholders would you reach out to? Who else has skin in the game?
Other stakeholders, I think it'd be especially like representatives from the area around the first academy, like representatives from my home state of Oklahoma, because kind of understanding better why they have worries about like the cost, how much financial incentive is the current academy driving in the area. And they also brought up safety concerns with having a centralized training location as opposed to a decentralized. So kind of getting to better understand where their apprehension lies beyond just the financial part, because as you know, everything's going to cost money. So there's got to be a larger reason as to why they don't support it. Like, what safety concerns do they have with a decentralized training program, and kind of better understanding that would be like likely, as well as talking to more controllers specifically and understanding them, because some of them do prefer like I mean, overtime pay. With this increase in overtime, they're getting paid a lot more. Though it is more stressful on them in the moment, getting to better understand the intricacies of their day-to-day, like what do they think? What would they do if a controller was in my same spot? What would they do? So getting to talk more one-on-one with controllers would also be, those would kind of be my two primary stakeholders I'm looking further into.
And obviously the airlines and those folks, they're gonna have a vote one way or another,
Yeah.
obviously, as to how much they contribute in these various fees, et cetera. Okay. Another question?
So we got a question that came during the live stream. One of our viewers asked, how important do you believe technology improvements will be in improving the ATC situation as the national airspace gets even more crowded with drones, eVTOLs, spacecrafts, etc.?
Yes, that's a great question, but because that's the thing, as we continue to innovate with aviation technology, our airspace is only going to get more crowded. There's no future where our airspace gets less crowded with the proposed air taxis and other things of the sort. So we have a lot of technology currently being developed. A large part of that, though, is the policy side of it, and getting that technology mandated on every single plane in the air. Because if not every single plane in the air or every single vehicle that's in our airspace has this technology in it, it's no good for the rest of them because they're flying blind if they don't have every single sensor that everyone else has. So that's some of the committee hearings I was watching online. They bring up the same issue where they have current technology, it's just not on the planes that are currently flying. So that's where we're still innovating with technology. I think the real lacking right now with our airspace safety is implementation and the policy side of things, like implementing policy that requires all this technology on the current technology we have to be implemented on the planes we currently have flying.
Okay, any other questions?
Following up on that question, could the aggressive deployment of AI reduce or even eliminate the need for air traffic controllers entirely, thus solving the problem?
That's been a question I've been asked many times throughout this research, as AI is such a hot topic at the moment. However, since the ATC is kind of it's a system that cannot afford to fail. With other things, like if you mess up a grocery order, you can always fix it, or it's not a big deal. But with something as important as air traffic control, it's a system that you really cannot have fail. You can't have an AI hallucinate a plane somewhere or forget a plane elsewhere. So at its current state, I don't think it has any chance of being implemented. However, in the future, if it is, I think it could be a great tool for controllers, essentially. I think it could be great at keeping track of things, because that's the hard part of air traffic controllers. There's so many things coming at you, so much information coming at you. I think AI could come a long way in the future as helping organize that information so that the human aspect is a little bit easier to deal with. However, since it is like a zero-fail system, like I mentioned, I don't think it would ever replace the air traffic controllers, because you'd still need that human element to make those calls. So at least you can't have an AI can't be responsible if a plane falls out of the sky, whereas a human kind of has to take that responsibility at the end of the day.
Okay, that's a great response. How do you hold technology accountable?
Exactly.
As opposed to a human. So I think the accountability issue is something that we still have to deal with as a collective.
Yes.
When we bring these technological solutions into play. Perfect. Any other questions? All right, I think what we're going to do is take a 5-minute break. All right, so that we can get up. The restrooms just for care and cleaning, or restrooms are right down at this end, literally right across the hall. So if you all can be back in your seats at, let's say, 10:35, 10:40, we'll be good. Huh?
But yeah, 10:35.
10:35.
Well, I think we absolutely have to wait for your representative. There we go, sliding in. All right, fantastic. So the first two presentations we had were obviously with ASTM International, today's sponsor with Ty and Kate. And now we have our one and only future Marine Corps officer. So just so you know, I'm recruiting him out from, and he's an Alabama guy. So for our Alabama fans here in the crowd, no kidding, it's been an absolute joy and pleasure watching this young man lead, and he's got a fantastic topic that he's about to address. So I'll sit down here and let you steal the show, okay?
Thank you. All right. Good morning, everyone. Just to introduce myself, my name is Javen Bies-Dupree. I'm a rising senior at the University of Alabama, and I'm here on behalf of the American Society for Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engineers. And this summer, through my WISE internship experience, I've been exploring how artificial intelligence can be employed and integrated into K-12 education to help kind of meet some upcoming workforce demands we have in our country. So let's go ahead and get started. Now, I think everyone can agree that artificial intelligence really is changing our world. We're seeing it all across the country in every industry, whether it's engineering, healthcare, finance, business. It truly is a breakthrough technology that is going all across our world and our country. And with that said, every country around the world is now trying to figure out how they can be the leader in AI. And with that, the United States is no different than anyone else. There's a lot of things we're going to have to do to be leaders in AI. We're seeing everything about data centers and how to power them. We're seeing new technology being built. But one key component is going to be our workforce. When we look at our recent data and we look at all the research pointing towards our workforce, by 2030, it said that 85% of all jobs across the country are going to have some requirement in AI literacy or overall AI fluency. Now, when we look at our workforce today, those numbers don't match. Only 20% of our current workforce is AI literate, and only 5% of that is only AI fluent. Therefore, we have a pretty big margin we have to cover in figuring out how we can create that AI workforce for America. Now, of course, there's a lot of ways to develop workforce. We're seeing some new training initiatives for current workers, but I always look to the future and say, how can we employ and create a sustainable approach towards this workforce? And the best way for that is K-12 education. So by figuring out a way of how to employ AI literacy into our K-12 education realm, we can therefore build that sustainable workforce to meet rising and increasing workforce demands over the course of history. Now, just like that, we have some current efforts that are in the world working towards solving that main issue. I'll put up the federal policy first. Both Executive Order 14277 and the LIFT AI Act are two very brand new topics. Actually, the LIFT AI Act was passed and introduced right here in this very room 1 month ago. So with that said, again, this is a rapidly changing topic, and there's new legislation coming out every day about it. But the main thing with federal policy currently is they only kind of bring back that main idea that I set up a second ago. They say that K-12 education is going to be the best way to build that sustainable workforce, and therefore that's going to make us a leader in AI. However, since it's so new, since it's so brand new, and still in the introductory phase, we're still kind of waiting to see what that technology is going to look like and what that new legislation is going to do for our country. So hopefully we'll see some new things come out of it, but right now it is pretty stagnant and still in the development phase. Therefore, our states have taken it upon themselves to figure out how they can employ and figure out K-12 education and AI literacy. Now, across all of our states, I think the two main approaches we're seeing split down the middle is a proactive approach and a limited approach. That proactive approach really leans into that very same fundamental idea of integrating AI literacy into the classroom. Now, there's varying states that are doing some great things out in the world. I think Delaware, for example, has the Department of Education working on the educational side, figuring out guidance plans, classroom resources for AI literacy in the classroom. Along with Alabama on that side, they're working with nearby software hubs and software companies to develop actual technology that brings in industry standards and then teaches those skills to students so they can go right into the industry once they graduate and start working in AI literacy. However, with those, on the other side, we have that limited approach. That limited approach is pretty much saying varying things about AI, but overall, they're not working towards our national goal. Whether they don't think that AI is really going to take over the world, or they think that artificial intelligence isn't going to be this new breakthrough technology, or they just don't have the resources and the fundamental skills needed to build that AI literacy workforce today. No matter what, that limited approach is not helping us develop that workforce we need for the future, and therefore, by having this fragmentation between a proactive approach and a limited approach, we're never going to be #1 in AI leadership across the world. Now, before I kind of move on to how to solve that fragmentation issue, I will kind of talk about education as a historical concept. So, by way of the 10th Amendment, we all know that education, since it's not a federal power explicitly given in the Constitution, and therefore it falls to the states and the people, and education falls in that realm. However, there have been many times over the course of history where the federal government has had to intervene to help pass some different things in the realm of education. Two great examples, and one that I really want to highlight is the National Defense Education Act of 1958. This happened right after the launch of Sputnik out in Russia during our space race, and it helped kind of legalize and get a lot more STEM education into our classrooms. So that helped us get more engineers, get more scientists, and overall kind of win the space race and put people on the moon. That's just one great example of how we had that federal intervention to come in and set that national priority. Now, through all these examples, of course, there's always going to be things you have to mitigate. There's always going to be new changes. So they're never perfect in their first introduction phase. But at the end of the day, they always create that national priority again we need to lead and become developers that we need to do in our different topics. And I think that AI really is that new technology, and this is the time when we do need that federal intervention one more time. Therefore, my main recommendation is that the federal government should establish a national AI education strategy. That AI education strategy is going to go in and hit on 4 main curriculums, but it really kind of comes in and puts everyone on the same accord on how we want to treat AI literacy to meet our upcoming workforce goals and upcoming workforce demands. Number 1 is going to set that national priority, as I said, so no longer is going to be states choosing not to do those things or choosing not to engage in AI literacy in the classroom. Everyone's going to be on the same board and say we're going to at least talk about it, find some commonality, and all work towards developing that AI literacy workforce, because again, it is going to take its place in every single job across our country in the near future. Along with this, it's going to set some baseline technologies and competencies, or what we think students should learn in terms of AI literacy. So having one common definition about what AI literacy actually is, what AI fluency actually is, and then what those competencies will look like across different grade levels. Again, right now, every state is pretty much doing something different. So by having a commonality between all of those states, we're going to work towards that one main national goal. Thirdly, we're going to be able to monitor national progress. So again, we're able to see from different states what's going on, how is your state doing in terms of AI literacy, where is it advancing, do we need to pace some things out, add some more things. But again, we're able to see everything, understand what all the states are doing, make sure again everyone is working towards that national goal. And then lastly, through appropriations, we'll be able to have a funding structure that gives back to the states and actually helps them set up some of these programs. Again, we can't ignore the big technological divide we have across our country. We can't just expect the states are going to be able to go in right now and implement these things 100%. So we want to make sure we have the fundamental structure to help support them in that sense as well, and also even lean on industry standards to help advance that as well, and industry externalities. Now, I also have a leadership and governance structure I set up for how this program will work. So overall, I have the Department of Education as a lead agency for that, but as a secondary lead education I have, or agency I have for that, would be the House and Senate committees on education. Again, we see a lot of things happening in the Department of Education, so just making sure we have a supporting committee and agency right behind them to help advance this main program. Two other national organizations I want to point out that I think will be very, very key in this that I have on this governance structure is number 1, the National Institute for Standards and Technology. They're going to create that main technological competency background, so they're going to set a lot of those baseline ideas on the technical side of what we're seeing in AI and then how that can align. And then along with the Department of Labor, again, this all is working towards workforce in the government and working towards that industry side. So we'll make sure that the Department of Labor is leveraging what this industry actually needs, what skills are we going to see that AI literacy is really going to hit on, and then making sure that all goes back to that same main program. Now, along with my main recommendation, I have some sub-recommendations that I've called implementation initiatives. Now, these won't be mandated, but they kind of work in hand to help the state get a good baseline on where they can start on how to implement AI literacy. So again, some states are already going out and doing these things, but again, a lot of our states are not. So again, if we pass this legislation today, it would be very, very easy for many states to go right in and jump into that whole thing. So by adding this AI literacy framework, that kind of sets the baseline on how that will work. So AI literacy framework just defines some of the key individuals and ideas and competencies that people need to understand about AI literacy. So whether it's the technical side, the human side, specific skills, prompting, all those things you think of what AI skills should students know, that framework setting it up. And then also through a grade band development standpoint, it would have all those skills developed over time. So it wouldn't just be you throw them in high school and expect students to just pick up on them and master them in the high school time period. You would spread them out over a time period, whether it's kindergarten all the way up to through 12th grade, but no matter what, they can fundamentally develop through that technology standpoint for those grade band competencies. Now, along with that, I always look back and say, no matter what we do with AI literacy and AI implementation, our educators are at the forefront of all of this. To me, they're my main stakeholder. My mom's a teacher, so I always kind of pointed out and kept that in front of my mind when I was doing this. So I think the next best thing for our AI literacy framework would then be to have a national teacher development initiative. Again, that just makes sure that our educators are not alone and they're supported throughout this entire process and how to implement AI into the classrooms, whether it's classroom resources or overall professional development. Again, they're supported in every step of this process. Now again, as I mentioned previously, especially when there's any policy, especially federal government and education, there's bound to be a lot of different things that might go wrong, some different concerns. And I did want to kind of bring those concerns and considerations up and also talk about some of the mitigations for them. Now just for time, I think the one I really want to harp on is the idea of state authority and federalism. Again, as I mentioned through the 10th Amendment, education is normally not a federal government thing. We don't usually do too much in the federal government on education. However, I think that because of AI, because of the effects of artificial intelligence in our industry, we are going to need some commonality and some national priority and vision set by the federal government to advance and work towards our goals. And with that, though, I said a good split, I think, between what the federal government will be over and the states will be over. The federal government on the other side will be over what the competencies are, where the states will be over implementation and flexibility with that. A good example I think of is, let's say that by 8th grade, the competency is, by 8th grade, students should be able to understand AI hallucination. That's what the federal government would say in terms of hallucinations or in terms of competencies. Now the states would then have the flexibility to choose how that's implemented. Let's say one state chooses to add that in as a unit in an English class or a math class. Let's say another school or another state chooses to create a whole brand new AI literacy course that all students are required to take, and to teach all these skills all throughout the entire year. Or let's say another school chooses to do an online software AI literacy course that all students are required to do. No matter what, each state can choose what's best for them, how they want to implement this program, but no matter what, by 8th grade, the students are able to meet that competency and then still work towards that workforce development program. In the end, I think that all of us can agree that artificial intelligence really is going to impact our industry. No matter where we look, no matter what place we look at, it really is changing our world rapidly, and we have to have an answer. I think with that, it's our responsibility as the leaders and workers of today to figure out how we can lay those seeds to set the foundation for the people that's going to come after us. I think this quote by President Roosevelt really sums it up the best, and it's that we cannot always build our future for our youth. We cannot always build the future for our youth, but we can build our youth for the future. With that, I thank you all for your time, and I'll now open up for questions.
All right, so now you know why I want to recruit him into the United States Marine Corps as an officer, so there you have it. But before we start some questions, here's another example of what I just absolutely love about the WISE program, okay? At Florida International University, I've sat in and have overseen many philosophical debates among poli-sci, social science type folks on the proper role of government, how do people jump in and they're passionate. It fails in comparison to watching a group of engineers have the discussion about what is the proper role of government, how do you address some of these issues. I had to literally stop Bradford and this young man up here from pulling out guns and knives at this particular time. I'm being facetious, but it is just interesting to see the passion and the dynamics at play. And they bring with them a level of expertise that I do not witness in my other policy classes. So my hat's off again to those who are supporting the WISE program. It's definitely hitting the mark. And here the topic is really, at what point does a technology become so transformational, so fundamentally groundbreaking, that we need to relook the entire system and how we've been doing things. And to me, that's just absolutely fascinating in the topics. And you gotta keep in mind, this isn't what he does when he goes, or any of them, day in, day out. They've had 8 weeks on these topics to deliver that level of sophistication to the problem set. So really, really outstanding. So with that said, as a precursor, do we have any questions? And to my previous part, I'm sorry, WISE program, what year?
2018.
2018. WISE program?
2007.
2007, just to show you how this goes.
That was a really great presentation. I appreciate that. I think this is a very contentious topic right now, very salient issue. I don't work on AI policy myself, but I work around a lot of people that work on AI policy, and I've encountered people kind of on both sides of this issue, people that would like to ban the use of AI entirely in classrooms, and then people who are very strongly advocating for it. So I guess my question is really, how do you balance developing children's critical thinking skills with making sure they're have workforce readiness to encounter AI in the real world? And the second part of this question is, is there a certain age when they should get exposed to this, a certain age when, maybe it's best left out of the classroom? How are you thinking through these things?
Yeah, so that's actually a great question. That was pretty much the fundamental part that started a lot of my research, was understanding critical thinking and also what that would really look like. Now, when I took that question in and really looked into the research, I think the main thing when we look at artificial intelligence, especially on the critical thinking side, is when we look at a lot of the research that's coming out, how students are using AI, a lot of them are using it, number one, in the fact that they don't know how to use it. They're using it to solve their answers, they're using things like that because no one told them not to. Especially when you build those basic habits, basic behavior at a young age, middle school time period, you're doing well in it, there's not being technology to really recognize when people are using AI, there's nothing stopping them from continuing to do so. So I think number one, by having an implementation and having a framework that sets that standard of what you should and should not do, and having that built into the competencies as well, telling students, hey, this is how you properly use AI, and this is what you don't do, I think that's going to hit out a lot of the main things about critical thinking and still keeping those things in the component and keeping students away from just cheating and using AI in the wrong way, more so how can I properly use it and what does it do differently in using it. Now again, I think also with artificial intelligence, due to the lack of technology and lack of support in our classrooms, teachers, classrooms, schools aren't actually able to do much on the other side of stopping AI usage. By having some more of that money going in, having more appropriation going in, to help develop technology and AI development into the classrooms, they can then have those standpoints, number one, to recognize when students are using AI. If they're using it for wrong ways, they have technology and then say, okay, I see this student's using it wrong, let me go correct it now, versus just assuming or taking really high yield guess and saying, I think a student is using AI and they might not know on the whole side that there is a problem going on. But I think number one, that leans more into the framework. That was like the core of what my research was at first. But I took a step back and said, number one, where's our federal government and where are our states at right now? I think overall we can agree that because the workforce ideas for artificial intelligence, we are going to have to find some way of implementing AI, but therefore we can't be scared of it, we have to meet it head on. But then once we kind of establish what that looks like, we can then go more in depth about how we can fix some of the problems that come with it as well. But we have to kind of build some type of basic federal government, federal idea between AI to advance the main workforce.
Excellent presentation. I'm glad you mentioned the National Defense Education Act of 1958. If you were helping a member of Congress write the National Defense Education Act 2.0 or the National Defense Education Act of 2026, what specific provisions related to AI would you put in there?
That's a great question. There's so many things I want to include, but I think the key thing that the key thing that would help it pass a lot earlier is that key split between what competencies that the federal government standpoint has and what the implementation side of the states will have the flexibility to do. I think that's the biggest component and the biggest concern I think a lot of people have is understanding that we don't want to just rip everything about education away from the states, especially on this rising topic because they're seeing it firsthand. But again, we have to set that national priority. So I think that would be the first main thing I want to include is that, hey, we're going to implement AI. This is a clear definition of what the federal government is going to talk about and what they're going to do. And then this is what the states can do. And these are all the examples you have of flexibility. And having that standpoint, I think that will get everyone on board of, okay, I can maybe see this working. I can see this in the classroom. And then from there, we can develop more and more in depth about what that actually looks like on the competency and curriculum side.
So we have two questions from Dr. Kenneth Lutz. First question, isn't there a danger placing too much emphasis on AI training at the public school level at the expense of a broader education?
Yes, that's very true, and I think that goes back to the state flexibility, is that the states and their different school districts would then have the choice to figure out what's the best way for their state and their schools to approach this topic. But again, I think we can't ignore that the rising workforce concerns, the rising workforce demands, there's no doubt that AI is going to be in all of our jobs. If we don't set up some type of way for our students to learn these skills at a young level and effectively develop those things, they're not going to be ready for those workforce demands. Along with that, I think we're seeing right now that where there are some AI implementation for literacy, a lot of them hit on like the high school level, and they're trying to force it all within 9th through 12th grade areas. But again, that's too late, we're seeing, for a lot of our students. They're still not coming out fully literate in AI the way we need them to be. So therefore, we're going to have to lean more into the entire K through 12 education realm instead of just saying we're going to leverage in 4 years of high school or maybe 4 years of college, because overall it is something we need to put an emphasis on. Students do need this skill, and then therefore they're going to have to develop it in a strong, sustainable way and not just rapidly over time for growth.
Second question from Dr. Lutz. What if we find in 10 years that AI has reached its limits and we no longer depend on it as we do today?
I think that's always the places where we can roll back, maybe on AI implementation and AI literacy. But again, I think that research shows that while it may stagnate in 10 years, research shows that even where we are right now, we're still not at where AI is. AI is already outpacing our industry. So even if AI stopped in 10 years or it stopped tomorrow, our workforce today is still not ready to meet the AI capacities they have today. 2026 AI is still not on pace, or our 2026 workforce is still not on pace to meet with AI in 2026. So therefore, we're still going to have to find some gap to clear where AI has kind of driven out in front of our workforce today.
Yeah, excellent responses. Any other questions?
So great presentation. So you mentioned that the federal kind of side of things will have the competencies and the state has the actual implementation. And you gave the example of some states could have just a unit in a particular course, whereas other states can implement a whole other course. To me, that kind of also has a little bit of an inequity or an imbalance of like how states are actually doing this. So is there a sort of measurement or maybe a standardized test in 8th grade, like you mentioned, to say, hey, is there a way to measure that you actually met that competency given how your state individually does it? I know you mentioned NIST and implementation of standards, but they're also a measurement society. Are you going to test them for sort of making these standardized tests, or what were you thinking of that?
So I think a lot of it goes back to having these national programs, again, allows us to have national progress and national check-ins. Again, kind of where we are right now, I think a lot of us, especially with where we are right now, we're all looking towards where things can be. But when we look at AI right now, I think the first main goal is getting everyone on board with it. Again, we have a lot of our states, not just 5 or 6, like 20 or 30, that are still thinking that AI is not going to impact our workforce. And therefore, once we get everyone on the same page, I think then we can start seeing how it best implements. Now, of course, I expect a state like California that has a lot of software and AI research inside of it, maybe be a little bit further ahead than like Mississippi, for example. But therefore, at least I know that in Mississippi, they're still working towards that goal, even if it's a little bit slower, a little bit outpaced, they're still working towards the goal overall, versus they're choosing not to do anything at all. I think that's the first thing that we need to start developing overall and work towards the same vision. And then from there, we start solving the inequities. We start adding more structure, adding more grants where it's needed to help advance some of those programs. I also think with the framework, it helps add that guidebook for the states. So again, the states that might not have those opportunities, they're not going in blindly trying to figure it out right now. They have something they can go on that might be an example or baseline from different states. And having that national program allows states to share what they're doing, what's going good for them, and then give that back to other states as well. Just kind of get everyone talking at the table, because right now we're not doing anything.
That's very awesome. Thank you.
So you can see what I mean by the debates that we end up having in the in our conversations here. Any other questions?
I could low crawl across the table.
Hi, Jason, I'm the interim dean of the engineering school at George Washington University. It's been an interesting kind of perception for me to watch our faculty try to grapple with this while also watching my 13, 16, and 19-year-old children go through this. And I think what I wanted to say was, is if anyone's in any room where they're talking about banning AI, it will not happen. It is not happening. My 7th grader has to put her phone in a Yonder pouch, because I'm in Fairfax County and they have resources. You know what? Half her friends have a second phone. My junior in high school was saying, yeah, they're making us write out the test, but you know what my friends who are cheating are doing? They sneak out their second phone, take a quick picture, and then write what AI told them. So if anybody's thinking they can ban this, it's going to be in our glasses too. It's already on our watches. We need to get past that point because it is integrated into our society, and we need to make sure we're aware of it. And I think the biggest gap is actually probably not with our children's AI literacy, but everybody's current workforce, including my workforce, which is engineering faculty, who are saying things like, well, 4 years ago I tried ChatGPT, it can't solve my problems.
4 years ago. Yeah. And I'm definitely right there with you. I'll even add one other thing I found through my research. And I spent a little bit of time, but it was something I got to at the very end of my research. But one cool thing, especially in Alabama, that I'm seeing that they're using with QuantHub, is that a lot of these software companies and AI companies are leveraging with different school systems and trying to build an AI education chat hub or LLM. So that way, you know, students aren't just going on general ChatGPT or general Claude or anything like that, looking at those answers. It's maybe, hey, we're going to pass a state or a federal AI program. The students are going to use this one, and then it has a few limitations in it. So all the states are using it. That's what students get familiar with, but it doesn't let them just solve straight answers. It maybe teaches them how to do different problems. So that's one thing I'm seeing in a lot of different states. A lot of different companies are looking into that program, but I think again we got to get towards can't ban AI. It's not going to be possible, so we have to get everyone on the same board, but at least moving towards the future and looking ahead.
Great. Any other questions? So this is one of those topics I go back to probably Russ's very first presentation that he gave. If it were easy, you wouldn't be here, right? Policy is not easy. The issues that you're addressing are not easy. And then I'll go to his second comment. You choose a side and then move forward and defend it. And so you can see there are arguments on both sides of all of the issues that you're going to hear today. Both of those are, and many of them are absolutely valid on both sides, and we just go forth and try to do the best we can. So I'm just glad you all are leading us to your point and not us. All right? Is that it? Is that all the questions we have? All right, so who's next in the chute? Blake.
No, it's me.
Oh, okay. Andrew. Can I make the announcement? No, aren't y'all, September? Yes. Go ahead. All right, because I need to fill some time. So if y'all don't know, Andrew is perhaps the luckiest man in the room. His fiance, right here, stand up. And they're getting married. I have to put her on the mark. They're getting married in September. So for those of you in the DC area, we got to add a few extra plates to the table. So, in all sincerity, we have a tremendous debt of gratitude to Andrew and his lovely future bride. They've opened their home up to us multiple times throughout the summer, so we've taken advantage of that. They order the best pizza in town. The beer is cold, always. And the cat is fantastic, so make sure you bring Erica over next time, all right? So with that, we're going to turn it over to Andrew and let him wow you with his policy recommendations here.
Thank you, Joe. Hi, everybody. I am Andrew Aklagi. I am one of the IEEE-USA sponsored WISE interns this past summer, here to talk to you today about the inaccessibility problem facing healthcare data and AI research. But before I get into it, I do want to give a thanks to the IEEE-USA crew, Erica, AP, Russ, Marnie, and Ryan. They have been fantastic helpers throughout the process, as well as Joe, who has been an amazing mentor day in and day out, and has helped us all, including me, tremendously. So without further ado, we'll get right into it. Right now, HHS Health and Human Services offers no provable, permanent, or easily repeatable de-identification guidance under HIPAA, which is the act that protects everybody's confidential healthcare patient information. And that is leading to a lack of quality training data for AI models and AI research. So HHS under HIPAA offers two de-identification methods, which I will give a brief overview on. But the specific issue that I'm addressing is the fact that they don't give real formal guidance on how we can satisfy those methods. So the first method that they have is called expert determination. It's the expert who can literally be anybody who is deemed an expert in their field. There's no specific requirement. Applies their own statistical or scientific principles and to the best of their judgment. So a bit loose of a definition there. They must determine that there's a very small risk of re-identification, which isn't quantified, and they must document the entire process. So the issue here is that even though it allows for a very wide range of technological de-identification methods to be involved, it's not very specific. So it's a case-by-case individual process that has to be done every time, and it must be thoroughly documented to make sure that they're doing it correctly. Now the other one, what you might think of when you think of de-identification is the safe harbor method, where there's a removal of 18 identifiers. Some examples are like social security, your name, which is pretty important, phone and fax number, IP addresses, etc. And there's a caveat to it, that there must be no actual knowledge that any remaining information can be used to re-identify individuals. So I want to point out that you don't see any identifiers, for example, age, sex, demographics, in that list of 18 identifiers. Now, I'll speak to why these identifiers really matter, but why those get cut out because of that no actual knowledge phrasing right there. So to reiterate, this lack of a formal guidance is leading to that removal of these additional identifiers that aren't stated within the safe harbor method to avoid that risk of re-identification. Demographics and zip codes by HHS themselves are labeled as high-risk characteristics for re-identification. Over 50% of our country can be identified through date of birth, sex, and zip code. Those three combined together. So it is a massive concern. We don't want to be throwing these in, but the guidelines don't help us and say, how can we include these in our research? This little graph kind of shows you how this re-identification process may happen, where you might have a de-identified data set that was used for research, and there's publicly available or commercially available records like motor vehicle accidents and voter registration lists. And with modern computing power, I mean, you can sit there and compare the two if you want, but with modern computing power and AI, you can put an algorithm to find the unique identifiers that match up between these lists and re-identify people through that way. Now, the issue at hand is that demographics, zip codes, age, sex, these are all very necessary characteristics to audit AI models for bias, accuracy, and generalizability, which generalizability speaks to how well a model performs outside of the institution it was trained on. Because we don't want to train it in a small rural town, and now we bring it to New York City, and the population looks entirely different. But there's a severe lack. So we're kind of at a roadblock, where we have these really necessary characteristics, but they're risky to involve. None of us want our confidential patient information out there in the wild, right? So before I get into how we can solve that, I'm going to talk about the problems it's causing in AI models today, and specifically radiology AI models. Radiology right now accounts for over 76% of the FDA's AI-enabled approved medical devices and softwares. They are the lead innovator in technology and healthcare as a whole, and that's no different in the AI space. So that's why I'm going to specifically be focusing on medical imaging. Now, in a study of over 86 radiology AI systems, they found that 81% of them are currently losing accuracy as soon as they leave the institution they were trained on. That's a pretty scary number. Another fact is that, for example, a sex imbalance where a data set that has maybe 40% male representation and 60% female always performs significantly worse on the underrepresented sex in all the AI models that they tested it on. So an imbalance and underrepresentation furthers underrepresentation of those smaller populations. Not that male's a smaller population, but you get the idea. Another concerning one, 33% of public imaging data sets don't even contain the age of patients. Not the specific date of birth, the age. And that's been shown to disproportionately affect children, because in the other set, the 60-something% of data sets that had age, there was a very, very small representation of children. And they found that the AI models that they tested on those data sets were misdiagnosing them. So there's a massive concern here, and we need some type of solution, and we need more guidance so that our healthcare practitioners and our healthcare institutions can spend more time treating patients and not worrying about how can we de-identify data. I will be proposing differential privacy as a solution, because right now images themselves can be shared without any of that information, but it's really the demographic, the age, sex, all that information that comes along with it that's the problem. So I'll explain a little more. Differential privacy is a scientific framework for preserving individuals' privacy in data sets, and it works by adding small, calibrated statistical noise to data before it's released. So it fundamentally changes the data set to ensure that nobody is identifiable in that data set. This isn't something that is new. Differential privacy was created in 2006 by researchers, and it's been proven at both the national and international scale. For example, in the 2020 census, they used differential privacy as a primary method of preserving individuals' anonymity, which is a constitutionally protected right of ours. Now, the reason that they chose differential privacy is because they performed a re-identification attack, a synthetic attack on all public 2010 Census Bureau data. They were able to re-identify over 130 million residents of the United States in that re-identification attack. So the previous methods that they used, like coarsening, suppression, these informal methods were not considered rigorous enough to uphold that constitutionally protected right. It's relatively safe. Both Google and Apple have been using it on real user data. So whether you're using Google Chrome, whether you have an iPhone users, if you opt in to data collection, which most of us are, They actually collect the words you type on your phone through your keyboard to train their AI typing models, so your prediction little buttons that you use. But they've been using differential privacy, and there's no known breach on that data to this date. Now, one thing I want to point out, NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, said themselves in a document on regarding de-identifying government data sets, they kind of made a brief pit stop on HIPAA. And they said that assurances of low re-identification risk, such as there may be no actual knowledge or under expert determination, extremely low re-identification risk, those frequently cannot be made unless formal privacy techniques, such as differential privacy, per their words, are employed. I want to think about this word formal for a second, because I keep bringing it up. Formal in this case, the reason that differential privacy is considered formal is because it's mathematically provable, unlike a lot of the traditional methods that are being used for de-identification today. It's considered permanent because it's able to hold against future unknown attacks, since it fundamentally does change the data set with that statistical noise. With a recognized guidance, it can be really repeatable, because I'm proposing that we apply it to these same few fields: age, sex, demographic, ethnicity. These same fields, we can build that framework that a healthcare institution can eventually click a button where it's nice and built into the system for them. The best part about this, some might say, is that it's actually auditable. We don't have to read however many pages of an expert determination, qualify them as an expert, read their reasoning, and trust them. We can look at a quantifiable mathematical algorithm and say, this holds to that privacy guarantee at this percentage, and we're confident that it's good enough. Now, this leads me to my recommendations, which I think that they're relatively low upheaval. So the two we're looking at are the Health and Human Services Office for Civil Rights, because they oversee and enforce HIPAA guidelines. I'd like them to issue official guidance recognizing differential privacy under the current methods of de-identification. So at the very minimum, we need to recognize it, because there needs to be some type of guidance on a real method, not just a generic, hey, you need to de-identify. Additionally, they should establish a standard for its use, and maybe what that might look like, acceptable settings, documentation, and safeguards for small groups, which I'll touch on the next slide. Secondarily, the FDA, Food and Drug Administration, approves AI-enabled medical devices and softwares, and they actually require that there is some type of bias and representativeness check on their AI models, which typically makes it a lot harder to even push these models forward and get them accepted. So they should, in their guidelines, formally accept differentially private data as evidence for those representativeness and bias audits. Now, quickly, I'll go over a few of the common objections or things that a lot of people have said to me throughout the process when talking to them about this. You may be thinking, why go through all this when it can already be used under expert determination? It doesn't really change the fact that it's an individual, case-by-case process that has to be done every time and thoroughly documented, and every healthcare institution would have to figure it out on their own. If we put a little time and energy into this, we can avoid our healthcare practitioners, our radiologists, from spending time taking away their time from treating patients. Since this works by using statistical noise, a big objection typically is that this noise may ruin the data's utility. And it's been shown in multiple studies that it already preserves clinically acceptable performance, especially in medical imaging, especially because of the fact that the images themselves aren't being changed. It's the data that comes along with this that we can check for accuracy on all patient populations. Finally, underrepresented populations, and those small patient populations, as I just mentioned, are harmed by that noise, which is a concern. Since it works by random statistical noise, you may have a population that's already small, and it may become smaller with that random noise. However, this is why we need a framework. But one thing I want to leave you to think about is the fact that differential privacy will make the absence of that population actually measurable. Like I said, there are a lot of data sets that aren't even including these people, and we have no way of knowing until we're testing these models and they're failing on external institutions. So there needs to be a better way, and I think differential privacy is the path forward. And with that, thank you all for your time. I'll open up the floor to questions.
Okay, absolutely fantastic. Young lady, do you have a question for him? What time is he coming home for dinner? What's he bringing home for dinner, right? Okay, are there any questions? I'm here, so I got
Okay. So with, let me formulate this question. But with differential privacy, you're saying that AI can get a lot better data and a lot more data without risk of violating HIPAA laws. How would this improve data and how would all of this new data help healthcare and people in healthcare use AI? Like, what are the benefits to this improved data that you would see?
There's a lot throughout the entire process. So like at the very minimum, I'll say before we get into healthcare, for the training of the models themselves, right now they have access to images. So they're able to train and work that out. Images and the annotations that say, oh, here is the anomaly in your heart size or whatever it may be. But they don't have that extra information to be able to check to make sure that, let's say, a child's heart is a completely different size and may look a little different than somebody who's 70 with heart problems and stuff like that. So we need to be able to have that additional information to check for that accuracy. And in turn, once we have that information to check for both accuracy and biases, we'll be able, it'll in turn build more trust in the clinical point of view, because these tools are being already used for diagnostic purposes. In, I think mammography is one of the big ones. But if clinicians know that all their patients, not just the ones who are most common in their area or most common where this model is trained, are going to be properly represented, they can trust that, you know, at least it's a little more accurate. So I think that's the biggest benefit, is just that we need to know who we're training on. And, you know, if you want to build a model for diagnosing heart disease in people over 60, you need to at least know that they're over 60, right? So it's the ability to get that access to the data, not just only an image.
Great job, appreciate the presentation. So I'm not an engineer, so I'm not going to speak this fancy language, but I have spent almost my whole career in publicly funded healthcare and human services. So I love this topic because as someone who's really passionate about both strategy and operations within that sector, the inaccessibility of data, especially around whether it's clients, patients served, is a pervasive issue, especially in publicly funded programs. And so I love this because anything we can do to create greater accessibility. What I didn't hear you talk about, and I'm curious if you researched this at all or have perspectives about, one of the biggest gaps, I think, in our publicly funded healthcare and human services sector is the ability to use data to truly measure outcomes and performance. And it, as a, we all know this is a huge investment in terms of our tax dollars across the country, in every state, in every jurisdiction. So I'm curious, to what extent do you think your recommendations are applicable within publicly funded healthcare, human services, where HIPAA is absolutely a regulation that has to be adhered to? And to what extent do you think it could be used not necessarily for diagnostic purposes, but more so for understanding the impact that programs are having on clients and then longer term outcomes as well for well-being?
That's a great question, and that's actually one that I was trying to address at the start of the 8-9 weeks, because like you said, the inaccessibility problem is massive, and it's not just in radiology. It's affecting all aspects of healthcare. But what I found was that because differential privacy works with that statistical noise, if you're looking, a lot of these federally funded programs may only be looking at those characteristics with their actual healthcare outcomes, but as like their age, sex, demographics, and there's no image or anything like that that it's trained on. So it becomes a lot more complicated to build some type of guidance or framework into how to apply it. And the reason that I ended up focusing in radiology, there were two reasons actually, is it's a lot less debatable that we're not impacting the diagnostic capability of, or the radiology, or sorry, the AI model being trained on those diagnostic images, since those aren't being changed. We're just adding extra information and allowing those populations to be unharmed. But what you're speaking to actually is maybe something that the Census Bureau had a lot of debate on when, I think it was 2014, 2015, they did that re-identification attack, and they introduced differential privacy for the 2020 census, was that there's this constant debate of how do we make sure we're not harming those smaller population sizes or underrepresented populations with that noise, because if their demographics are the primary indicator of something with social determinants of health and income, if those are the primary indicators, we want to make sure we're not misrepresenting those. So it becomes a lot more complicated of a topic. And the second reason I chose radiology is because one of my jobs before going back to school was I worked in sales and marketing for an ultrasound software company. So I had a little background in the area.
That was a fantastic question. I see where Sonia gets her inquisitive nature from, for sure. So explains a lot. Any other questions? No, that's it. Any from online? No online questions. All right, absolutely fantastic.
Thank you.
All right, who's next in the queue?
Me.
Oh, after that question,
I
it
know.
launched his head.
A
Good
lot
luck
to
to you.
follow up. Podiums are not good for short people. All right, how's that? Good? Great. How many cameras can be on me at one time? All right. Thank you all so much for taking your time to be here today. My name is Sonia Lerner. I'm a rising junior at the George Washington University studying public health and computer science. This summer, I have had the absolute privilege of working with this group of interns where I have looked at AI data centers. Specifically, how can we mitigate harms of data centers without hindering innovation? Artificial intelligence has the power to change our world as we know it, if it hasn't done so already. It is changing the ways we interact, build, learn, create, and will continue to do so. We have the potential to create groundbreaking technology that helps people. The United States leads the world in AI innovation, and this is only the beginning. To enable the fifth industrial revolution, as so many are calling it, we need data centers, which are essentially just really big computers with a lot of computer chips. We also want to work towards leaving Earth better than we found it. Sure, never before seen technology is great, but it'll mean nothing if Earth is too polluted to sustain it in 20 years. So, what do we need to support this vision? Well, a lot of clean power, and fast. According to Epoch AI, a startup, the United States will have to build 6 gigawatts worth of AI data centers by 2030 to continue our current scaling rate. However, we only have the capacity to build out 1.2 gigawatts, seen on the right, before we exhaust the grid's available power and have to build new energy and transmission infrastructure like power lines and power plants. These take years. Let's talk about that supply a little bit more. 6 gigawatts of demand and 1.2 gigawatts of supply. What does it mean for us to be able to supply 1.2 gigawatts of power without building new power? Well, this looks like utilizing current energy sources more efficiently to get more power out of them. There's a lot more that goes into that discussion, but for this presentation, that's pretty much all you need to know. So, we must find ways to decrease data centers' power demand and increase that power supply so that they level out. Then, and only then, will we be able to continue expanding AI at the rate we do today. There's a lot standing in the way of doing that, though. The process of getting permission to build energy infrastructure is long, tedious, paperwork heavy, and can take years on end. Also, if we need to put in new power lines to get to the power source, that's an added time commitment. Then there's the interconnection queue. Projects have to wait in line to connect to the grid so that operators can ensure that we're producing enough power to support them. Again, this takes years at times. Getting permission to develop energy infrastructure is only the first step. It's not uncommon to see community opposition to energy build-out because it often encroaches on communities' land, pollutes their air and water, and can bring their property value down. Even if homeowners receive financial compensation for development on or near their land, it often doesn't make up for the costs. We don't have a great track record for powering data centers either. Currently, 3/4 of US data centers are powered by fossil fuels. Billions of dollars of data center projects have been delayed or altogether canceled because of community backlash to their intense environmental impacts, and rightfully so. If we want to maintain our global dominance on AI innovation, we must get communities on board with data centers. To do that, at the very least, we must power them with clean energy. AI scaling will only continue to raise emissions and garner community backlash unless we change the status quo. Most of these issues aren't new by any means either, but AI's imminent need for more clean power puts pressure on us to address them. As of now, we've set ourselves up for failure, to leave Earth better than we found it. We still have a chance, but we need to act now. Theoretically, increasing supply and decreasing demand is very feasible. We should decrease demand by making data centers that adjust their energy consumption based on the ebbs and flows of the power grid, a practice called demand flexibility or demand response. To increase energy supply, we must add more clean power to the grid and do so quickly. If we focus on small modular reactors and energy storage to compensate for the lower reliability of wind and solar, we could easily set ourselves up for success in the coming decades. To implement these ideas, I propose a three-part approach. We first need to gain a better understanding of how much power data centers really use and what their effects are. Because they've expanded so quickly, industry standards, metrics, and best practices haven't been able to catch up. Everyone is pretty much flying blind right now. So, part one is to fill the knowledge gap. Congress should pass, first, the Data Infrastructure, Energy Measurement, and Standards Act, which would call on the National Institute of Standards and Technology, also known as NIST, to develop modernized metrics to measure the energy consumption and impact of data centers. This would give us a clearer picture of where we are today and lay the groundwork for future reform. Industry should simultaneously commission the Electric Power Research Institute, or EPRI, to study the impacts of data centers and figure out which technologies have the smallest impact. Further, Congress should pass the Unleashing Low-Cost Rural AI Act and the Load Forecasting Enhancement Act, each of which work to fill the knowledge gap of data centers' impacts. Part two is to isolate AI data centers and hold them accountable for mitigating their negative effects on the environment and power grid. Congress should pass the SHIELD Act, which creates a new class of energy consumers, large load facilities. This will protect ratepayers. Congress should also pass the PRICE Act, which mandates that data centers procure energy to offset their use and outlines a plan to do so with clean energy. This protects the power grid and the environment. Congress should introduce and pass legislation that calls for the creation of a separate interconnection queue for large load facilities. it should also specify requirements to join it, like requiring data centers to commit to employing energy efficiency and demand flexibility in their operations. The legislation should also direct the large load interconnection queue to prioritize projects that procure more clean energy than they'll use, providing industry with an incentive to accelerate renewable development. We also must inform the public of these advances. If communities don't know that data center operations have undergone reform, they'll continue protesting and delaying projects as they arguably should. Congress should appropriate funds for an education campaign to inform Americans of these changes. Doing so will allow industry to change the public's perception of data centers and continue innovating. Now, these interventions will take years to take effect. However, industry demands reform now. Thus, Part 3 is to account for the interim. Industry stakeholders, namely data center companies themselves, should participate in a conference held by IEEE to develop a so-called standards light. This has less rigorous development than a traditional standard, but will still outline the best ways to employ and implement demand flexibility, energy efficiency, and power sourcing as we know them right now. It is important that this meeting does not enforce companies to divulge trade secrets, but rather foster a collaborative environment to shape next generation energy technology. Okay, that was a lot. Let's take another look at the legislation I've expressed support for throughout my recommendations so we can have a clear picture. First, the Data Infrastructure, Energy, Measurement, and Standards Act, which recently passed the committee in the very room we're sitting in. This, as mentioned, would direct NIST to develop updated metrology for data centers. Next, the Unleashing Low-Cost Rural AI Act would conduct a study on data center and AI growth on energy supply. Excuse me, that wording is a little bit messed up. Conduct a study on data center and AI growth's impact on energy supply. That makes a little more sense. Next, the Load Forecasting Enhancement Act, which is to require the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, otherwise known as FERC, to establish regional joint boards to study electric load forecasting, as well as some other things. And lastly, second to last, the SHIELD Act, which would amend the Public Utility Regulatory Policies Act of 1978 to add a standard relating to the consideration of large load facilities as a class of electric consumers. And last, the Price Act, which would require data centers to generate electricity and also outlines a thorough plan to do so with clean energy. So, where do we start? Well, we get the word out. Email or contact your policymakers advocating for the implementation of this solution. Or, better yet, go down the hall and talk to them in person. It's up to us to advocate for the change we want to see in our government. So let's do just that. Thank you, and I open it up to questions.
If that doesn't get you to get up and go vote, there's something wrong with you. If I were IEEE right now, or Ryan, who handles a position paper effort, there you have it. They've kind of stated it out for you. So fantastic job. I always kind of reserve the first question for the most relevant person in the room. Mom, any questions? Hardball, softball? Nothing.
I'll make a comment.
Okay, there we go.
Outstanding.
Okay, any questions? Oh, here we have it.
Great job, Sonia.
Thank you, Russ.
But as you know, the opposition to data centers is coming from the public. How is this going to help get them on board with expansion of our data center
Absolutely.
facilities?
Listen, I am an environmentalist myself. I co-president an environmental justice organization at the George Washington University, so it's safe enough to say that this issue is very near and dear to my heart, especially from that public standpoint. What I've outlined here is an effort to increase public knowledge around the reforms that data centers are going to undergo, outlined in this plan. By doing so, ideally, the public will shift their views based on the facts presented to them, right? I'm not a big fan of campaigns that are targeted at changing people's minds just to change their minds, but rather changing policy, letting the public know, and allowing the public to reassess their own opinions reflective of that policy change. I think this keeps both sides more accountable. So if we, I don't know that I can go back, but if we go back to the other slide, we can see that in the federal legislation that I proposed Congress to introduce, pass, and appropriate, that would include appropriating some funds for a public education campaign. So I want to specify that that wouldn't be a campaign to get the public on board with data centers, but rather a campaign to inform the public of changes we're making to regulatory policy and innovation policy so that they can take that, reassess, and decide whether they're satisfied with that or whether maybe we need to go back and do some more work, in which ideally they keep protesting.
Okay, looks like we got some online questions.
We received two questions. First question from Dr. Kenneth Lutz. Many data centers are isolating from the grid and building their own natural gas generators. What do you propose to reduce or limit air pollution?
I think, first of all, I'll discuss islanding, which is a little bit related to this. Data center companies want the reliability of the grid, even though that takes a long time to develop. It's often difficult to develop private energy sources that are as reliable or close to as reliable as the energy grid in a similar time frame or with similar investment. So we know that data center companies are going to want to tap into the grid one way or another. By establishing this new large load interconnection queue and associating requirements with that, we will force these companies to use clean energy to power their data centers.
Second question from Neil Lerner.
Oh, that's my dad.
What are the biggest misconceptions that regular people have about environment impacts of AI data centers?
So there is one piece of nuance here that I didn't discuss in my presentation, but a lot of you have probably heard the phrase, AI uses a lot of water, or we're draining the oceans for this. It's important to know that there are two different ways that AI data centers use resources. The first, as I discussed in this presentation, is power sources. The second, though, is how we cool the data centers. These data centers get really, really hot because their computers are working so fast, so we have to find ways to literally cool them down. And that's where a lot of the water use comes in. Don't get me wrong, reforming cooling methods for data centers is absolutely a critical issue. It was just a bit too big of a bite for me to take off and do both of them as much as I wanted to. Joe talked me down from doing that multiple times. But I would say the biggest misconceptions just generate based on a lack of knowledge. And this isn't even a lack of knowledge from the public necessarily. As I've been discussing, it's a lack of knowledge on the industry side and on the government and policy side. We need to make investments so that we can really understand what these data centers are doing to our environment and our power grid and our homes and our communities before we can really say, hey, that's a misconception, or hey, that's accurate. We're at a point right now where we know so little that any misconceptions aren't typically that far-fetched, just because we have so much work to do in this area.
All right, I guess we'll know whether that satisfied the answer sooner or later over summer break, right? Any other questions from our GW crew there? Oh, we got one here.
Hi Sonia, this was a really great topic and
Thank you.
something I'm very interested in. So, and props to you for giving a great presentation and choosing a great topic. So we know that a lot of renewable projects can often face greater delays and hurdles in many cases than a natural gas plant. And I think a lot of public utility providers are aware of this, and the building the data centers are aware of this. What role do you see permitting reform playing and trying to accelerate building as much energy capacity as possible, and trying to ensure that that energy supply we're adding to the grid is clean?
Absolutely. I think I've heard from multiple stakeholders that I've met with that permitting reform is the single most important reform that we need in this area. However, permitting reform for those energy sources also impacts a lot of other sectors, not just AI data centers. And so for this project, I decided not to go down the permitting rabbit hole. Even though I had a lot of conversations about it, just because I didn't have the time frame to fully dive in and don't have the expertise in all of the industries that are impacted by that permit reform that needs to happen. So absolutely, it is definitely, I can confidently say it's single-handedly the most important thing that we need to focus on right now, but as you mentioned, and as I alluded to in my presentation, public policy takes a long time, and instituting these permit reforms is a long process. So a lot of what I tackled this summer was what we can do aside from that as other people look into that with more expertise in other industries than I have.
Great question. Okay, I think we're going to call that the end for this one. I think we have one more before lunch. The final of our the George Washington University trio that they have contributed here with Andrew, Sonia, and now Chris with the K.
Epilepsy.
So I know you got some fans up here. Chris, looking forward to hearing what you got to say. For those, you all didn't come in, but I used his topic as an example of the importance of bringing engineers into the policy space, particularly as you'll see with Chris's presentation, because it introduces technological solutions to a complex, underrepresented group in terms of drug-resistant epilepsy. So with that, Chris, have at it. No more games on the basketball court with you because you wore me out the last time.
All right, good morning everyone here today and those watching online. I know I invited some people to tune in. My name is Christian Bird, and for those that don't know, I'm a rising third-year biomedical engineering student at the George Washington University. This summer I had the privilege of being sponsored by IEEE, and I took the opportunity to look into how we can advance closed-loop ultrasound neuromodulation to address research by addressing research underinvestment and Medicare coverage barriers. How do you go back?
You can scroll up.
Okay. There we go. Sorry for that difficulty. All right, to start, drug resistance to epilepsy leaves millions of Americans without effective treatment and at ongoing risk of sudden death. To quantify this statement, there are about 3.4 million Americans diagnosed with epilepsy. Within this patient population, 30 to 40% of those people have drug-resistant epilepsy. Now, a patient is claimed to have drug-resistant epilepsy, or DRE, once 2 seizure medications show no significant reduction. Now, this AED, or anti-epileptic drug burden, doesn't only apply to those with drug-resistant epilepsy. They present an issue for all patients with epilepsy. From this quote, you can see that all AEDs have the potential to cause dose-related neurotoxic adverse effects, such as drowsiness, fatigue, dizziness, blurry vision, and incoordination. Now, as Joe mentioned, I grew up with my mother having seizures, and she also went through she was prescribed various different AEDs throughout her time with epilepsy. And I got to firsthand see how these systemic effects affect people's quality of lives. It affects whether they can work, attend school, and just be able to do simple daily tasks. Now, all of these people with epilepsy also are at risk of sudden unexpected death in epilepsy, or SUDEP, and this claims an estimated 1 in 1,000 patients per year. All right, now within this population of patients with epilepsy, there are structural barriers that cause specific harm. For example, there are socioeconomic barriers and racial disparities. There's also geographic barriers. People with epilepsy that live in rural areas are isolated from cities that have high-level epilepsy centers that are required to get access and coverage on devices and fair treatment. It is also important to acknowledge that age and intellectual differences play a role in how epilepsy affects patients. All right, now it is important to understand that the technology I refer to throughout this presentation is a class of devices, not one specific technology. The technical evidence is closed-loop ultrasound neuromodulation, and it is a promising technology because it combines real-time responsiveness with non-invasive focal access to deep brain targets. Now, to kind of summarize what a closed-loop device is, it is able to sense, detect, intervene, adapt, then autonomously repeat that cycle. The best way to understand this system for seizure intervention is by comparing it to an existing clinical model for treating diabetes. To start, there is a continuous monitoring system that reads a specific parameter. Next, a predetermined algorithm identifies an abnormality in the reading. At this point, the device intervenes accordingly. Now, for seizures, they would realize an excitation of neurons and then send an ultrasound pulse to calm or suppress that excitation. And then lastly, the same initial continuous monitoring system adapts to any changes. Unfortunately, investment in this technology I described is limited by a public goods problem. I like to represent this public goods problem as a flow of cause and effect. That cause being limited ability to capture evidence causes private investment to fall below social need. To further explain this, ultrasound itself is not a public good. However, its mechanistic findings, clinical evidence, and trial protocols are accessible to the public. Now, for that reason, private investors are reluctant to invest in such a technology when a competitor can easily make a device that's similar or, if not, better. Now, looking at the SBIR phase system, we can see that closed-loop ultrasound neuromodulation is in phase 2, almost ready to move into phase 3. Now, phase 3 calls for government procurement because it requires larger human clinical trials to develop more evidence to make coverage decisions. And because of this government procurement, my first recommendation is supported. That recommendation is that Congress should direct the National Institute of Neurological Disorders and Strokes to prioritize non-invasive closed-loop seizure intervention. Now, Congress communicates to the NIH what research areas should be a priority, through annual appropriation bills that the Subcommittee on Labor, Health and Human Services, and Education develops. Now, if this occurs, NINS will be adhering to their mission to seek fundamental knowledge about the brain and nervous system and to use that public knowledge to reduce the burden of neurological disease for all people. Now, once this research is implemented and ultrasound neuromodulation for seizure intervention is determined a priority, it is important that researchers prioritize mechanistic studies. Furthermore, how ultrasound affects neurons on a cellular level is not fully understood yet, and to make better decisions in clinical trials, it's best that it is. Next, parameter optimization is also important for patient-specific targeting. One of the issues with this technology is that each patient's skull is different, and how ultrasound has to attenuate or penetrate through the skull is affected by skull shape. So it is important that they understand these parameters to ensure that it is beneficial to the majority of epilepsy patients. Lastly, trial sites for clinical studies should be equity-centered because demographics play a strong role in diagnosis and treatment, as I mentioned during the slide about structural barriers. That goes into problem 2. Once problem 1 is addressed and there's FDA market approval or authorization over such devices, Centers for Medicare and Medicaid need to step in because the current coverage system traps promising devices in a cycle that prevents both access and evidence. Now, this cycle is a clear evidence access catch-22. For those that don't know, a catch-22 is basically a process or system that kind of naturally fails itself. And this catch-22, to understand this one, let's start with coverage. CMS only gives coverage if there is enough evidence to support its effectiveness. But how can we collect this evidence if these devices aren't accessible to patients? And if patients can't access these devices, it's because they can't receive coverage due to structural barriers or just lack of research on such a technology. Now, this delayed coverage means preventable SUDEP and preventable injuries and a continued diminished quality of life for patients with epilepsy. Now, looking back at access, patients do have the option to pay out of pocket for such devices, but those patients that are structurally isolated, it's hard for them to muster up the money to pay for such treatment. Now, to stop this cycle, CMS should issue a National Coverage Determination, or NCD, with coverage with evidence development conditions for seizure intervention technologies. This conditional coverage plan can be broken down into 3 steps. First, we need to cover the device. This is where the NCD comes in. The NCD grants national coverage for seizure intervention technologies. After that is done, we attach a condition. This is where the CED falls in. This is where CMS requires participation in registries for prospective data collection. And lastly, we let the evidence decide. CMS at the start of this CED implementation will set a series or list of goals to achieve, and they use real-world outcomes to inform permanent coverage policy. Now, this conditional coverage plan is not far-fetched because we can look at what occurred just last year. CMS made effective on October 28, 2025, that this NCD on renal denervation. It grants coverage for radiofrequency and ultrasound renal denervation. Now, ultrasound is bulleted there because the way that renal denervation device interacts with neurons is similar to how it works for ultrasound neuromodulation. And they do this to treat uncontrolled hypertension. Finally, these 2 actions can change the trajectory for millions of patients and not just those with epilepsy, which I will get into in the last bullet. If closed-loop ultrasound neuromodulation is deemed a priority in an upcoming Appropriations Act, and early access to closed-loop ultrasound neuromodulation allows simultaneous clinical data collection, patients failed by medication will have an alternative treatment method. Improved quality of life would be granted for millions of Americans. there would be more evidence collected to increase access for marginalized populations. And lastly, there would be a new pathway to treat many neurological disorders. Now, as I was looking into closed-loop ultrasound neuromodulation for seizure intervention and seizure treatment, I found that it also has a promising role in treating other neurological disorders such as Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's, and even depression. Now, I believe that epilepsy is just a good start to making closed-loop ultrasound neuromodulation a class of devices that people go to, because there is so much early preclinical evidence that shows that it is promising and can be effective. And that is all I have for you today. Thank you.
Absolutely fantastic job. Do we have any questions? I'll look to you all first. Put you on, even though you're wearing an Army hat and the Marine Corps, you know. Any questions?
Yeah, when you coming home so you can get ready for Korea?
Probably I'll be home in 2 days.
So for those who don't know, Chris has been fortunate enough, he's been selected. I think he's heading over to Korea for a semester. As, I don't know if you were stationed in Korea or not, sir, but I was. So he's gonna have the time of his life. So they're fortunate to have him. Any questions from our GW? Yep.
More of a comment than a question, but, well, I guess I'll ask you a question first, Christian. If you remember when I taught your first semester biomedical engineering course, we kind of talked about why do we do stuff and how do we know what to do. We talked about, you know, doctors have to want to use it or it can't impact patients. And I think one of the real powerful parts of this type of program is for all of the engineers to see the bigger picture of, as you identified really early on, you can't sell a device effectively and have it impact patients if CMS doesn't give a code that isn't reimbursable, because not only does it not cover Medicare, but also insurance won't cover them. And so there's all sorts of things that these higher level constraints on all of your innovation and all of your things that I think this type of program allows you to dive deeply into and see where those real challenges are. So I guess my question for you is, how do you first make that CMS contact? How do you get them interested? Is it
Well, first of all, the CMS recommendation can't be looked at or addressed until these devices have FDA authorization. And we are not at that point yet because of the lack of evidence. And that is kind of the primary issue I was discussing throughout the presentation, is that the lack of investment causes a lack of evidence, and the CMS catch-22 also causes a lack of evidence. These two things have large impact on things that lead up to addressing, adhering to these recommendations. So there would be a step in between going to CMS. How one directly speaks to CMS, I wouldn't necessarily know, but it was good to see you, Dean Zara.
enjoy Korea?
And I know that he did engage several advocacy groups who could also take up the charge in the fight. And so you attack this from multiple angles with a lot of voices, some of those with some powerful, influential voices that might be able to cause the policy change in order to advance the technological improvements that you need.
Yeah, piggybacking off of Joe, advocacy groups at the start was my initial target audience, because they have such a huge role in, especially for treatments and devices such as this, in communicating between the technical side and the policy side, and kind of bridging that gap to make change.
So this presentation was great. I'm actually a pharmacist and my sister has a seizure disorder. So I think this topic is super important, especially like you stated at the beginning, medications that are on the market, the ones that have been market available for so long are dirt cheap, which is why a lot of companies will not make new seizure medications because it is so expensive to overcome that barrier and compete with that type of market. One thing that I was wondering about was you touched on CGMs, and there's two main brands with Dexcom and Freestyle. Is there only one company that is pursuing this type of research of device?
No, there is not one company like looking at this specific device because it's like a general classification of devices. So there's like research going on across like not even just America, internationally, and they're finding different things for treating several other neurological disorders. But I don't think there is one singular company. So yeah.
Interesting. That's great because it'd be great if they could all come together versus it be like a competitive type of market.
I agree. And then also you mentioned something about how the drugs are dirt cheap and they're like reluctant to making like new ones. I did see a lot of things as I was researching about how big pharma is like, there's like some malicious intent behind it slightly, but it does have such a benefit on the economy that, and like also I see that some drug companies like secretly tell like which doctors to prescribe certain pills. And I didn't want to get too much into like a conspiracy side, but there's pretty much evidence to back that stuff up.
Thank you.
Of course, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? If you have one, you're keeping us from lunch, I think. So maybe you ask to go on lunch break. All right, fantastic. And I'd like to my colleagues at George Washington University, thank you for continuing to support the program in the capacity that you do and sending absolutely phenomenal engineers over here to contribute. So we've been fortunate, at least my 2 years, to have a total of 5, I think, from the George Washington University, probably more since that, but very impressive group of young men. So with that, I look at my boss, Erica, who's the boss of us all.
So we start again at 1, so should be back here a few minutes before 1, so you can get organized. You can go ahead.
His lineage obviously is Italian. He's going to Milan, into that area, I think this week or next week when your parents come and pick him up. So to your, I've been told, tell your grandfather, pardon me for my pronunciation, but buonasera, right? All right. So hopefully you heard that. Check and, hey, make sure that Jonathan, see if he got that online. Okay, good. And if he has any questions about pronunciation in Italian, let me know. But no kidding. So thank you everybody for coming back. We do have Tommaso. We do truly have an international audience with us, as his grandfather is listening. And we're going to start the rest of the afternoon. We only got, I think, six more presentations, maybe. Seven more presentations. So we'll turn it over to the man in charge and hold all questions to the end. All right.
Hello, everyone. I apologize for my voice. I have been sick lately, so that's why I sound like this. I don't normally sound like this, but I'll try and get through this and answer any questions that you may have. So, my name is Tommaso Fumagalli. I'm currently a master's student at the University of Texas at Dallas, studying electrical engineering with a focus on signals and systems. Now sponsored by IEEE to be here today to talk about the Open Radio Access Network, or ORAN. His number. Okay, perfect. So the general topics that I'm going to be talking about today involve the problem and the background of that problem, or what needs to be solved, pretty much. The technical solution and certain gaps in that technical solution, possible policy suggestions to fix those gaps, and then the after effects and overall end goal of what's going to happen if my recommendations eventually do end up getting implemented. So to start, there's some basic background information that you need to understand about 5G radio infrastructure. And so I've created a very simple diagram here. We have different radio structures, and this particular diagram showcases two different companies. The structure is the same, the devices are different. And basically the main problem that 5G causes is that it has a high potential for creating vendor lock-in. And vendor lock-in is what happens when you buy certain components from one company, and if you want to upgrade in the future, you have to keep buying from that previous company, because if you buy from a different company, it's not going to work, and you have to replace everything, which is very expensive. And as you can see here from the diagram, they're two separate systems. They are sold as you can say, black boxes. They don't expect different companies to coordinate on combining their own devices. You buy all of the devices from one company and use that as a single system. That's how it is, and how it has been in the past. The solution to this, and to prevent vendor lock-in, is to use an open solution, or ORAN. And basically what this allows is, it allows different companies to produce devices that can communicate with each other. And so you can buy the cheapest version of one component, such as the RU or radio unit, and you can buy another cheap version, or cheaper on the market version of the DU, distributive unit, and they work together. And since the one was cheaper and the other one was cheaper, you can combine to have an overall cheaper solution than if you had bought everything from a single vendor, which allows lower funded initiatives to have functional radio architecture for 5G. Now, there are currently some issues in this, and I'll be going over them briefly. The three big ones is the lack of a skilled workforce. This technology is still all relatively new in the broad scope. So that means we have some very skilled engineers who are working on it, but we don't have that many of them, which means that testing and certification for new systems takes a long time, because we have few people working on it, and they're new as well, so there's little knowledge about them. Additionally, as I mentioned, each company implements their system differently. This can mean that one company uses one algorithm, a different company uses a completely different algorithm. You try to connect them, they don't work together. This sheer difference in implementation can cause delays or extended testing times. And those two issues combined can lead to long testing and certification times, which just means that it takes a long time for each vendor pairing to be certified or to have solutions applied to them. And the solution to these gaps is pretty straightforward in theory. You just need to increase the workforce, incentivize vendors to have similar algorithms, and this doesn't mean the vendor has to have only the open algorithm. They can still have their own proprietary algorithm that works within their own system, but they have to have an ability to switch over to the open alternative if it's plugged in with a different vendor. And then standardizing the testing and certification. And my policy recommendations will kind of focus on these three in particular. So the first recommendation has to do with the NSF, National Science Foundation, NTIA, National Telecommunication Information Administration, and Department of Labor. And this is purely to increase the workforce development. Or sorry, to increase the workforce, so develop the workforce development. Basically, this means that we ideally would get more institutions, or such as universities or colleges, to have labs or partnerships with testing facilities. As I mentioned, ORAN is still relatively new, but there are a lot of facilities that do testing and certification. However, all of these facilities are run by engineers, or almost all of them are run by engineers, which means that there aren't that many students involved in the process. There are a few engineering or student-based labs as well, but there aren't that many of them. If those labs, the number of them were increased to have more students involved in the overall process, we would have these students be ready to get into the workforce, work in this field almost immediately after graduation, as opposed to having to take a lot of extra courses after the fact. Second recommendation, once again, the NTIA and also the IRS this time, and I'll explain why. This has to do with implementation of the standard. Now, various radio companies have their own algorithms because they've spent time and money in developing the most efficient algorithm for their solution. And one company may have a better algorithm than a different company, and they can use this to charge higher prices for their device. This means they're not willing to share their solution with someone else, which makes sense because that would be giving away their competitive advantage. Now, the open solution that's currently working right now is slightly worse than some of these major proprietary systems, but it still works to a degree that is above the requirement. However, of course, the companies don't want to give up their advantage, so they'll still use their own proprietary system. Now, if you could incentivize these companies to also apply that open system in addition to having their proprietary system, it would be better overall, and that incentivization can come from giving grants to technological development or tax breaks from the IRS to those companies to kind of help push along the initiative. The third recommendation has to do with ORAN testing and certification, and this will kind of follow through after the first two recommendations. So if the first two things are done, then the third one will follow. Basically, what needs to happen is we need to shorten the certification times and testing times for these ORAN systems, because currently in the labs, it's taking months to do a single pairing certification, which is unacceptable. If the systems are more similarly implemented as shown in recommendation number 2, and if we had more engineers working on the solution, such as given in recommendation number 1, the systems are going to be closer to each other, so it's going to be a lot faster to create custom solutions for them, and we're going to have more engineers working on it, which will push down the overall time needed to certify and test these new devices. Fourth recommendation has to do with the Department of Commerce, and that is mainly to establish and grow the U.S. commercial market. Now, the reason I'm kind of putting this in here is because as of right now, the U.S. market in the global scale is not, it's not as strong as other nations. For example, from Ericsson and Nokia and such, they've had much more time to develop their 5G devices, and so they have had a lot more experience in this field. Meanwhile, the American companies, they're still relatively newer. They haven't had that much time to develop their own solutions. But having a more global position in the commercial market would allow other companies to start buying US-based, radios, specifically ORAN radios, which would allow them to have more overall reach in the global market. Now, why specifically ORAN radios is because With an ORAN radio, as I mentioned before, you can buy the cheapest solution for the RU, you can buy the cheapest solution for the DU, and combine them together, and you get an overall cheaper alternative than having to buy from one of the big companies. And that is a big component of why smaller US companies can get in on that market. And the fifth final recommendation is kind of a culmination of everything else. It's everything else leads to this, basically. This final push would be to fully incentivize RU and DU devices to be compatible with all other RU and DU devices without needing custom solutions. Now, if you're remembering recommendation number 2, I kind of already alluded to this, but that was more for just a more similar implementation, because at the point that we are currently, it is impossible to make all of them interoperable immediately without issue. That's why we need that intermediary step in recommendation number 2. This recommendation would complete everything to the point where no custom solution needs to be done. You just need to plug it in, certify that it works, and then it's ready to be sold to the public. Now, the benefits over ORAN and the after effects of these recommendations can be seen here. You're going to have lower overall consumer costs due to lower carrier costs. Mobile network operators such as AT&T or Verizon would have to pay overall less for their radio architecture to be deployed. Mainly because, as I mentioned, you can buy the cheaper options of the individual components, put them together, and they work fine. This means that since the mobile network operators are paying less for their systems, they would also be able to charge less for data plans, so we can have more consumers taking advantage of that and having more competitiveness on that side. Additionally, more small US companies would be able to build individual components. And this is important because a small company, they might have brilliant engineers and all that, but they just don't have the funding to focus on all of the components of the radio stack. So they may only be able to focus on the RU or DU component. And since it's only one component instead of the full system, it's going to be a lot more efficient for them to focus all their resources on one. And if it's ORAN compliant, they can still sell that, and it can still be used in a full radio stack without issue, which would allow different smaller companies to start getting in on this stage overall. As well, the final point that I would like to make is that smaller countries as well, with lower overall GDPs that might not be able to afford full-scale radio deployments, would also benefit this in much the same way as mobile network operators. They can buy the cheaper components, plug them in, and they all work just fine. So this is my kind of conclusion and just overall summary. If we allow ORAN and the recommendations that I gave to kind of help ORAN achieve its desired goal, we would nearly eliminate the barrier to entry, mainly because, as I mentioned, smaller companies would be able to focus on smaller individual components. It would prevent vendor lock-in because you can buy different components from a different company. So if the original company goes out of business or something else happens that you can no longer buy from them, you don't have to replace your entire architecture. And it also increases innovation, mainly because we have more competition in the way of small companies making their own radio units and being able to charge less for them, increasing overall competition, which can then spread to the global market. Are there any questions?
Okay, absolutely fantastic job. We had some medical attention come up. Thank you, the resident nurse. I'd also like to give a shout out to IEEE, to AP and to Erica, because they found a tremendous mentor, I think, for Tommaso. I think that Dr. Ogman has been, and I don't know if she's online, but if she is, I've had a chance. She's held me to task more than probably you. So for Dr. Ogman, if you're listening, thank you very much for all your contributions and engagement with Tommaso's effort.
She has been helping me a lot. I've had multiple Zoom calls with her throughout the weeks, sometimes multiple times a day. So she's really helped me kind of achieve my overall goal this summer. So I greatly appreciate her.
Yeah, truly, absolutely phenomenal. So thank you, ladies, for looking us up. Now, are there any questions?
Thank you, Tommaso. I really appreciate your presentation. I was wondering, who's the primary stakeholder affected by vendor lock-in? Is it individuals or is it companies? Who are using these parts specifically?
So it can depend. Mainly, it's mobile network operators, such as AT&T or Verizon, because let's say, I'm not gonna name any companies here because I don't have real world, I don't know that many companies that have gone under, but let's say you buy everything from company A and then they go under, they get bought out or something and they change something fundamental about how they work. You're gonna have to replace everything because it no longer works with that. Additionally, there are some lower GDP countries out there that buy cheaper radio development stacks from other countries, and they start by selling these at a cheaper overall price, but then they keep increasing the price as they keep going and selling more stuff. But at that point, they have to keep buying from them regardless of if the price goes up because they don't have the funds to replace everything with a different alternative.
Really like your presentation. I'm wondering, so if your suggestion be implemented, what's your vision for how the U.S. can get ahead using this like interoperability thing? Is it getting into like a bunch of different markets overseas by being able to plug into their stuff directly? Like what are your thoughts on that?
Mainly it would be getting into a bunch of different markets. As I mentioned, having a lot of smaller US based companies being able to reach out into these different markets. For example, as I said before, smaller GDP companies or countries, as opposed to buying that cheaper operator or device, as I mentioned before, and then having the price go up, they can buy these cheaper, smaller radios from these smaller companies as opposed to having to buy from them, and then they can swap them out if anything ever does occur or they ever do need to change. So small companies is a big aspect of getting into the global market, as well as the major American ones as well.
Okay, any other questions? All right, fantastic job, Tommaso. It's interesting that the ORAN topic, I think, also came up some in the bonds effort. So this is something that I think is really gaining some traction across the board. So I think next up is Caleb. Do you have any family members here that I can call you out on, or
not here present.
anybody
I think
in
there might be
radio?
some in mind that are here that wasn't here present.
Okay, fantastic. So we're going to go ahead and switch topics here as Blake brings up Caleb's effort. Caleb's been absolutely fantastic here. You would never guess. Was it the tuba you play? What is it you play? So we, last year I tell the story. I can't play an instrument. I can't even pound on the desk properly. But I think our group this year, between Caleb, Kate, I think Andrew, you said you play a little bit as well. We should have started a band and all joined on that album that Kate's family produced. So, but with that, Texas, all the people from Texas are watching you. I think you're starting it off, so doing proud.
Looking forward to it.
Texas is watching. Texas is confused.
I am a senior electrical engineering student from the University of North Texas, and I am absolutely honored to be sponsored by IEEE this summer to present to you today my policies research topic of expanding the delegated technical review process inside the FAA's Part 450. So what is this graph in front of me? Well, this graph was taken from the FAA's fiscal year 2027 report. Now importantly, this graph is comparing the projected launch activity with the actual launch data we have collected and we have recorded, which is also importantly verified. Now, specifically, I want to draw attention to two key points on this graph. First, in 2021, we see a significant rise from what's expected, and we can contribute most of that due to the new implementation of Part 450 earlier that year. Additionally, we have one more key point I want to look at, which is in 2022, we see another significant rise, this time attributed mostly to the implementation of the widespread use of reusable launch vehicles and I would say more familiarity with the Part 450 framework. Now, with us seeing that we're well exceeding even the FAA's highest projected gross, the question coming into play is, with this growth, how can we ensure that we have a regulatory framework that grows with the industry rather than hinders it? It's this challenge today that my policy recommendations seek to address. But before we get into that, I think it's important to understand how we got here, and specifically, how did we end up with Part 450? So, in 1984, the Commercial Space Launch Act was created, and for its time, it worked relatively well addressing the new, relatively young industry of commercial space. And for the time being, it worked that well because the industry saw relatively few launches, and most of those launches happened years apart. Additionally, it's also important to know that these rockets or launch vehicles design were very similar. They didn't have many variances. They were all very cookie cutter in one case. And as industry tends to do, it evolves, it grows, and we saw the FAA create Part 415 and Part 417, which addressed those new innovations in the industry. They addressed the new type of designs and the new growing pains the industry seemed to be having. Now, this did not actually solve the issue, and it actually continued back and forth with policymakers and the industry until it became too difficult for the industry to navigate through multiple different frameworks. And the frameworks themselves struggled to keep pace with the rapid innovation inside the industry. So the FAA came together with industry experts to create Part 450, which is the current regulatory framework in place today. So what did Part 450 really accomplish, though? Well, first it has to be said that Part 450 really did revolutionize the framework that we used to have. And it mostly did this through two key points. Firstly, it consolidated all the previous frameworks into one centralized framework. Now, what this means is that it took all of the multitude of frameworks that were floating around and put it into one area. Now, as you can imagine, that simplified the process a whole lot for all of the launch providers and all of the space companies trying to get into the industry. Now, additionally, it created a lot more flexibility with its performance-based regulation system as opposed to the vehicle-specific rules the old system had in place. Now, why is that? What does that mean? Well, that meant that Part 450 specifically tailored itself to how the safety outcome was achieved rather than how you got there. So instead of having specific rules targeted towards how you get there, it wanted to know, is it safe? If it's safe, we're good. Now, these 2 points already, these revolutionized the industry to begin with. This was a new area that the industry just has not seen before. But it continued innovating with the family of vehicles licensing and an incremental review process, creating more flexibility, more room for growth, more opportunities for industry to keep going, keep pushing the boundaries. So I feel like it's really easy to say now that overall, Part 450 really did unarguably successfully handled all of the challenges addressing the industry at that time. Maybe it didn't solve all the problems, but it got a lot in that one case. But once again, as industry tends to do, new challenges emerged, the industry began to grow once more. So, like we said, although Part 450 really did modernize the regulatory industry, today's environment presents new challenges for it. The FAA AST, which is the Office of Space Transportation and the office responsible for reviewing these applications, is having to process a rapidly increasing amount of applications under constraints of personnel and technical resources available to review those applications. And unfortunately, as launch demand continues to grow once again, the process is really highlighting the struggle that the AST is having with scaling with the industry. This is resulting in delays months long and sometimes years long for some companies before they find out if they can even launch the rocket. As you can probably tell, that can be really challenging or really hard for a company that is trying to launch under a specific time crunch or a specific window where a gust of wind or a change in the cloud shape could change the go or no-go zone for the launch. So the challenge that we need to address and make sure that is solved is not necessarily the regulations themselves, but how we can improve the capacity to review those applications. This is why my first recommendation is for the FAA to implement an expanded technical review process. Now, what would this process do? This process would allow FAA-approved engineers or third-party organizations to perform portions of the review process on behalf of the FAA. Now, this would get more hands on the applications, helping make it easier for companies to navigate. Additionally, it's important to know that the AST would still retain its final approval authority and would still let them audit and review all of the applications, but it would allow the AST to focus its resources on the critical applications that need the most time and work looked at. And I think it's also important to know that a similar concept like this already does exist. This isn't necessarily a completely unique idea, and in fact, in the FAA already, the Organization Designation Authorization ODA program is already in place in other areas in the FAA where they allow certain certification and designate certain tasks to be performed by organizations outside of the FAA on behalf of the FAA's behalf. So this really isn't new, but can be used in a different way to improve the industry. Now, successfully implementing this recommendation or any future recommendations that the AST needs requires strengthening the FAA AST themselves. Now, one of the greatest challenges facing the AST today is attracting and retaining experienced technical personnel. Now, this isn't just an issue that I found, but is also stated in the fiscal year 2027 report by Congress telling the AST they need to hire more people. They need to get more people in the office, more hands looking at these applications, and cut down the wait time. Now, the problem with this is that the technical expertise required to evaluate these complex commercial launch systems takes years of knowledge to learn and is quite literally, I think, closest thing I can say to rocket science. Which is why I'm recommending Congress to establish a user fee structure, a sustainable user fee structure. Now, this would allow the AST to retain the experts and recruit the necessary experts they need so they can be successful and the industry can be successful. But not only this, is it would allow the AST to get resources it needs to implement this recommendation of expanding the technical review process and any other recommendations they may need in the future, allowing it to scale with the amount of applications the industry submits and grows along with them. And like my last recommendation, something like this is already done in the FAA in a different area, where they'll have planes that fly over U.S. airspace but do not land in it have to pay a fee proportional to the resources cost by the FAA tracking them and making sure they are safe and not in danger. So lastly, I just want to leave you with a few key thoughts that an expanded technical review process would drastically improve the communication and wait times currently affecting both the industry and the regulators today. Additionally, a sustainable user fee structure would provide the AST with the resources necessary to scale with the industry not only today, but in the future as well. But together, these recommendations would create a regulatory system that is able to scale alongside the commercial space industry while maintaining the regulatory oversight, public safety, and public trust necessary. And lastly, before I open it up to questions, I have to say that I've said before, but these recommendations are not unique, which is, I think, the crux of the issue. It's the fact that these are not unique, but can be applied in new ways to benefit something that doesn't yet know it needs these things improved. It is a huge hurdle to be crossed by the industry and something that can be really addressed with these improvements. So with that, thank you all for listening. Are there any questions?
All right, super. And in the same way that I said thank you to Dr. Utman with Tommaso, I don't know if Lindsay's online or not, but if she is, another heartfelt thank you to her for being your mentor, another absolutely phenomenally engaged and proactive throughout this process. So, you know, thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. So my question is, in your vision, where would you go to get the third-party reviews, you know, the help that the FAA needs to go through these applications? Specifically thinking about how you can protect the industry secrets that are involved in those applications. Would it be at a university, or who would do those?
Yes, thank you for that question. That is a great question. I I find that there are already many organizations that are responsible for helping the industry. Specifically, I talked to a couple experts with satellites, such as, I'm blanking on their names right now, I apologize, but they do a lot of work with the industry, so you could always go to them, but with the concern of trade secrets, that is also very important, which is why I also recommend FAA-approved engineers, because you could have engineers inside your company working on those applications, and so they would still only be reviewed by the AST themselves, but they would be able to already do a portion of that application review process in-house, inside your own company. No, that would, I don't necessarily think that would remove the entire risk of having those trade secrets come out, but it would drastically reduce those as you only go from inside your actual company to the AST. If you don't want to send it to the third-party organization, that's their choice. I think it's something that's important to be said that this would be an opt-in program. If you don't want to be in this program, you don't have to be. But with the amount of with the amount of benefits that companies could receive from this implementation, I would see very few companies wanting to not get on board with this.
Time is money.
Absolutely.
It's a fantastic question. So, and we discussed quite a bit throughout the summer about balancing intellectual property, legitimate concerns with intellectual property. ASTM is involved in these very issues as we speak, while still providing right to repair or right to streamline the regulatory process. And so I think that we are definitely, or how do you use standards and reference them in policy and regulation? This kind of balance and how do you do that is at the crux of many of the issues that we're dealing with day in and day out. So fantastic. Any other questions?
Sorry to make you come back to the same spot.
That's okay. I'll pet the dog. Let me pet the dog.
So Paula here has a question for you. There's German Shepherd behind me. So if you're familiar with the Office of Space Commerce's their new mission off proposal, how would you see this proposal kind of coinciding with that and working within that?
Thank you for that question. That's another really great question. It's the primary concern, I believe, of the AST is really the safety of the public, the welfare of the public. Maintaining that is really something that is the only goal that the public cares about. If that's being not considered, then the public's going to have a lot of questions, a lot of anger built up. So I'm really trying to recommend policies that necessarily don't take away the safety of the public, but grow with that and include them in the decision-making process. Does that answer the question, or is there anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Any other questions? All right, absolutely fantastic. I, for one, am glad that you came to this internship instead of the other that you were discussing with us when we first met, and hopefully you got as much out of this as you would have gotten there. So fantastic, Kate.
I appreciate it, thank you, but I will have to say a lot of it's due to my mentor, Lindsay, and you, Joe, so thank you.
Thank you. Yep. All right. Who's next? Boy, that was a good lead-in. So for AP's mom, keep that question because you'll probably use it again here as we get Audi. Audi is as it comes up, and I tell him he won the lottery as well. This theme of mentorship as we go through. He had two mentors. Both of them have been extremely associated with the WISE program over the years. Dr. Luntz, who I learned everything from through his extensive guide on how to be an effective FMR. I think he was one of your mentors there at the University of Delaware, and I know he's online right now, so thank you, sir, for participating. And then I think Natasha was the other mentor that you had, who is a former WISE program individual as well. So again, people keeping coming back and giving back. And so this is what role you all will play as we go through. So with no further ado, you got some big shoes to fill. So no pressure, but have at it.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Avi Narayan. I'm a biomedical engineering student at the University of Delaware. Another one of the students here, sponsored by IEEE. And my project this summer was about expanding the right to repair medical imaging equipment to bridge gaps in diagnostic care. So the key takeaway for maintaining diagnostic imaging equipment is the fact that effective diagnostic care requires timely repair of the equipment. Manufacturers, to protect the intellectual property associated with this equipment, specifically MRI, CT, and X-ray imaging machines, it led to their involvement of several repair restrictions. These include software locks, the withholding of calibration and diagnostic software, as well as withheld access to repair manuals and spare parts. When hospitals are required to provide this care and they attempt to have in-house or independent servicers maintain the equipment, they run into challenges due to these repair restrictions. These restrictions effectively limit them from repairing the machines on a timely basis and providing diagnostic care, which in many times is a time-sensitive matter. As you can see by the graphic here, this was a research study completed earlier this year where 70% of surveyed biomedical technicians reported delays in diagnostic care due to these repair restrictions. As you see on the left, 68% due to service keys and passwords that manufacturers impose, and then 70% due to restricted access to diagnostic tools and information. Those repair restrictions imposed by manufacturers allow them to dictate the cost of repair in the market. As you can see here, various machines have significant upfront costs just to purchase the machine itself, between $1 and $3 million for MRI machines, and then on the range of hundreds of thousands of dollars for new CT or X-ray machines. But the rates of servicing for maintaining those equipment and repairing them when they become dysfunctional are drastic, from manufacturer-provided contracting to contracting of servicing for third-party or in-house hospital servicing. Manufacturers, through their restrictions, are able to set the price for how much servicing contracts cost. Because they hold the restrictions and are the only ones able to successfully bring a device back to functionality because of the repair restrictions they implement, they can charge up to 3 or 4 times as much as third-party or in-house alternatives. Medical imaging servicing as a whole in the US is a $4 billion a year industry. For hospitals, it takes up 25% of their annual capital budget. By setting the price so much higher than alternatives, these costs are inevitably passed down to patients who are in need of diagnostic care and have to pay raised prices in order to get it. So what does the right to repair mean? The right to repair is a larger movement that spans across multiple industries. It's most prominent right now in the agricultural, consumer electronic, and automotive industries, but has been applied and thought about in the medical device space as well. It follows a simple notion. If you own something, whether it's an equipment or a user product, you should have the right and the ability to fix it. Repair restrictions stand directly in the way of that. Because users, consumers, are not able to access their own equipment to bypass these software barriers in order to bring their devices back to functionality, they're forced to pay increased costs to manufacturers to do so. So there are two stakeholder perspectives on the right to repair that I'll discuss. The first is the pro-repair organizations that mainly represent consumer interests as well as hospitals to expand repair access and decrease those costs for repair. One of the main ones is the U.S. Public Interest Research Group, or USPIRG, and the iFixit organization. Both of these seek to obtain repair information and access to materials for consumers to repair their own devices. One specific to medical imaging equipment is called the Alliance for Quality Medical Device Servicing. That's based here in DC, and those are 7 of the largest independent repair entities for medical imaging equipment who are effectively hindered from providing services to hospitals because of these repair restrictions. The opposition to a right to repair for medical imaging equipment comes largely from manufacturers. In the interest of protecting their intellectual property and threats, they say, of safety because of a lack of oversight over third-party repair, they've been very active in advocacy at the state level to prevent the inclusion of medical devices under repair legislation. So as you can see here on this map, about half of the US states have either passed or introduced legislation relating to the right to repair across those industries I mentioned. But as I'll talk about later, only 1 or 2 of these states actually introduced legislation intended for the repair of medical devices. So those were a lot of the stakeholders: patients, hospitals, and advocacy groups, as well as manufacturers. Who is regulating medical device servicing? Namely, it should be the FDA, but their oversight is not as you would expect. It's more tangential to the actual servicing of medical imaging equipment. The FDA's responsibility as it applies to medical devices is for establishments that manufacture and distribute those devices. manufacturers, importers, and user facilities. Those entities are required to register with the FDA as organizations that manufacture and distribute and list the devices they work with: MRI machines, CT machines, X-ray machines. They're also mandated medical device reporters. They submit MDRs, which are medical device reports, when adverse events occur with those equipment. Independent servicers, because their only stated purpose is to bring those devices back into functionality, are actually not regulated by the FDA. They're not required to register, they're not required to report adverse events. And the FDA made this clear in their 2018 evaluation of medical device servicing when they found that there wasn't sufficient evidence to impose additional restrictions on those third-party entities because they didn't have data that showed them that third-party repair was actually dangerous. And they reaffirmed that just 2 years ago in 2024 with the final guidance on remanufacturing versus servicing. Remanufacturing is when you have a device and then the entity that goes in to repair the device creates significant changes. Changes its intended use, its specifications, and creates a substantially different device, remanufacturing it. Servicing is just bringing a device back to its original specifications and its original intended use for proper imaging. As a result, they've drawn a strict line on where that boundary occurs, and they impose regulatory oversight over remanufacturing, but set aside servicing. The other key regulator is the Federal Trade Commission, as you can imagine, seeing those discrepancies in repair calls. Their responsibilities as the FTC in general span two areas: competition and consumer protection. With regard to the right to repair, it mainly falls under consumer protection laws. So the two in particular I want to point out are the Magnuson-Moss Warranty Act from 1975. That's intended to protect consumers who purchase a device or a product that has a warranty with it. Companies are supposed to be restricted from time, and what time means is that the sale of initial product is tied to further purchases of goods or services later on. So in the case of medical imaging equipment, it means after purchasing the initial device, that sale is tied to contracted servicing from the manufacturer years on after the device is initially purchased. That's supposed to be prevented by the anti-time subsection of that act. And there's also the FTC Act Section 5, which is just unfair or deceptive acts or practices generally intended to protect consumers. They've done substantial research on the right to repair. In 2021, they published a comprehensive report on the subject, mainly focusing on consumer electronics and the automotive industry, and those manufacturer restrictions for why they're imposing repair restrictions, being safety, protecting intellectual property, protecting reputational harm, and avoiding liability. They found scant evidence to support those restrictions, advocating for more enforcement in the area. My first recommendation is legislation, to pass comprehensive federal legislation that provides necessary repair resources on fair and reasonable or FRAND terms, meaning fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory. This would compel access to all diagnostic tools, repair manuals, calibration software, diagnostic software, everything that's needed for in-house or independent entities to service these machines themselves. This would require significant considerations for manufacturers. They would have to bring manufacturers to the table by allowing them to protect their trade secrets and avoid liability for any damage incurred by third-party servicing. Mainly, though, this has to start at the state level. Especially in those other industries, in the agricultural, automotive, electronic industries, they're trying to put fuel into the mission at the state level. North Carolina is the only state that has proposed repair legislation specifically intended for medical equipment. And their proposed subsection of medical devices was medical imaging and radiation therapy equipment. A lot of these efforts are supported by those consumer advocacy groups. Namely, the Repair Association's model legislation is used across repair industries to provide expanded access. But the main barrier to passing federal legislation are concerns over safety. There needs to be some level of FDA oversight in order for manufacturers to readily provide access to repair resources. So in this recommendation, I recommend the Health and Human Services Secretary amends Part 21, Section 803 of the Code of Federal Regulations to mandate servicers to submit reports of adverse events and properly document their repairs. So I talked about the FDA's report in 2018 evaluating third-party servicing. There's a huge disagreement between independent repair entities and manufacturers on what the ASHRAE risks are. Independent servicers cite a study that says that 0.005% of all medical device failures can be attributed to poor servicing or maintenance. On the other side, manufacturers say that there are 4,000 some adverse events that are directly tied to servicing or maintenance, and that's why it's unsafe to provide expanded repair access. There is a lack of uniform information between these entities that's leading to a lack of oversight over third-party servicers. So by requiring independent servicers to provide proper documentation and report adverse events as they occur, you can start to build trust between those two entities and get manufacturers to come to the table and provide repair resources. My final recommendation is addressing the costs that it has on hospitals and patients in the long run. By prioritizing FTC Act Section 5 enforcement as unfair trade practices and revising interpretations of the Warranty Act to prevent anti-tying, consumer costs can be brought down. By specifically listing that software barriers or withheld access to calibration software is not permitted under the tying subsection of the Madison Warranty Act, they can actually prosecute these cases and ensure that proper access is being provided. The same thing applies for Section 5, and it's actually been successful. Earlier this month, just a few weeks ago, the FTC settled their case with John Deere, where they had proprietary software that they withheld access to from farmers, and they were able to obtain expanded access on fair and reasonable terms for the next 10 years for farmers and independent servicers to repair their own agricultural equipment. This would open the repair market and allow patients to get the affordable and accessible patient diagnostic care that they need. Thank you for listening, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, so there's a future patent lawyer for sure, as we all saw up there, right? So fantastic job. Any questions?
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. Very well done. I'm Sarah with ASTM. I just have a question. In just the research and diving into this, my mind's thinking too, in the event of a lawsuit, if somebody malpracticed, is a way to help sway some of these manufacturers being like, we were able to save this person because the machine wasn't working properly, and the machine wasn't working properly because you want to charge me all this money to fix it, and only you had it, and we have delays. Did you see any of that element coming into play when it comes to accountability?
Yes. So other than the FTC enforcement, this case against John Deere is one of their first cases that they've actually prioritized, enhanced or more rigorous enforcement. There is one individual in particular that Andrew actually connected me with, Marshall Shannon, who works specifically in the medical imaging space, and he's helped continually facilitate class action lawsuits, for the most part, against these medical device manufacturers, but without really a comprehensive way to determine liability in that circumstance, because there is a legal basis for withholding repair access. Those lawsuits in the courts have been reluctant to hold manufacturers accountable, as well. So.
Okay, fantastic. Any other questions?
Oh yeah. My name is Mike. I work in Senator Blunt Rochester's office. I have a question sort of one of the policy areas that you mentioned in the beginning. You were saying that manufacturers are the big reason that regulations have come to a halt. And to me, it almost sounded like an issue we're dealing with in AI right now, where AI companies don't want to share their secret sauce, just to have government regulations over their matrix and things. Do you see those areas influencing each other, or if one advances to have stronger government regulations, that would then apply to the others, or like you said, in other spaces like agriculture and tech?
Absolutely. I think there's a big thing, especially with the FTC's role in enforcement, and how are you setting the precedent through the first case you enforce or the first company that you require to grant access to. So I guess one of the critical points of tension that kind of has to be figured out in implementation is, for John Deere, how do you require that they provide access to the software to farmers and independent servicers without making sure they're not giving up their competitive advantage? So I think that the two definitely interact with each other. That's why I think before either option is really viable for medical devices, whether it be FTC enforcement or legislation, you would need that level of FDA oversight that doesn't really access those proprietary components and instead focuses on, let's just gather more information on the risks of independent servicing. That would be needed before you even really got to knock on the manufacturer's door and kind of ask for that access. It's a great question.
Fantastic. Okay, any other questions?
Excellent presentation. Pardon my ignorance on this one. I believe most of your focus was medical imaging and mostly like kind of in hospital or in a facility. Did you come across anything that looked at or that might have touched on kind of consumer grade medical devices, anything you in-house, anything else that kind of has similar cases where it's difficult for patients to repair the stuff on their own as needed, like powered wheelchairs or anything else like that?
Yes, that's a great question, and powered wheelchairs is the one that comes to mind. I believe it's in Colorado, I'm not sure, also maybe California, I think, that have passed state level legislation for powered wheelchairs. I guess my focus on diagnostic imaging equipment was because of, I guess, the wire diagnostic capability. You could have really any type of injury and need an X-ray or an MRI for preventive medicine. And also I think that one of the barriers for medical imaging equipment in particular is the software-enabled component, because that allows manufacturers to really house a lot of the proprietary information and repair manuals and access behind those software walls. So I think that beyond powered wheelchairs, I didn't really see much else in the way of consumer grade.
Hardware or anything like that? This is software-based stuff?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, fantastic. Any other questions? Anything from online? I'm surprised that that the thing's not flashing. Nothing. He's checking hard. Nothing out there. Okay, fantastic.
Thank you.
Absolutely superb job. Thank you very much, Tommy. Really appreciate it.
Natasha was watching. She said, good job.
Okay. And she heard our shout out for her participation. So who's up next?
It's me.
Javen.
Yes, sir. Saturday
Yes.
happens.
And Uram.
Uram.
All right, fantastic. So another great, if you can't guess or judge by the shameless plug of propaganda up there, our Georgia man's got the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Navan. I am a WISE intern this summer, sponsored by IEEE. I finished up my undergrad in electrical engineering at the University of Georgia, and I'm starting my master's in electrical engineering at Georgia Tech in the fall. With that being said, today I'd like to talk about spectrum allocation, specifically the Working Families Tax Cut Act auction due in the year 2034. What is spectrum? Spectrum refers to the electromagnetic waves that we use to support all wireless technology, from cell phone calls, Wi-Fi, and Bluetooth, among other things. Obviously, it is needed because our world is very much wireless nowadays. And the problem is that spectrum is a very finite resource. Only about 100 kilohertz to 1 terahertz is the useful range of spectrum for all wireless technology. This wasn't that much of an issue 30, 40 years ago when the main use of electromagnetic waves was TV broadcast. But now, with upcoming technologies, we're trying to cram more and more technologies into the same finite band of spectrum. We call it spectrum because we put the frequencies of electromagnetic waves from lowest at the left and highest to the right on a spectrum, and we refer to a band of frequencies as a range or a subset in this spectrum. So, what is exactly the thing that we're talking about today? We're talking about the Working Families Tax Cut Act auction that was. We're talking about the Working Families Tax Cut Act that was passed last year. And in this act, there was a call to auction 800 megahertz of spectrum by the year 2034. Why do we even auction spectrum? Spectrum is a public resource that the government is tasked to manage in such a way to serve the public interest. And a great service to the public is cell phone networks. So for example, what the government does is auctions licenses or the right to use certain bands of spectrum to non-federal entities like the big three cell phone companies, Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile, among other non-federal entities. And such an auction is what we're looking at for the next few years. The NTIA manages the federal use of spectrum, and they need to select 500 out of the 800 to be re-auctioned. And the FCC needs to select the other 300. The FCC that manages non-federal use of spectrum is over halfway done with their quota. They just auctioned off over 160 megahertz of spectrum, but the NTIA is trailing behind. Furthermore, President Trump last year passed a presidential memorandum titled Winning the 6G Race that details this auction and discusses how we want to put the licenses in the right hands such that we put the United States as a leader in 6G technology. With all that said, what is the mission for today? I think this auction should be set up in such a way that it should meet 4 important objectives. First, I definitely think we need to set this up in such a way that the United States gives itself a leadership position in 6G and wireless technology. Second, I think fair and equitable use and access to spectrum is needed. Thirdly, I think this auction should raise sufficient revenues to the Treasury to support things like the tax cuts discussed in the Working Families Tax Cut Act. And lastly, I want to minimize the inconvenience that the incumbents feel. The incumbents are the users that are already using a band of spectrum before new users come in, the new users being the ones that earn the licenses from these auctions. My audience will be the NTIA and the FCC. As mentioned before, the NTIA is unfortunately trailing behind. Out of the 500 megahertz they need to select for this auction, they only selected 5. And these progress bars show the 4 bands that they're currently studying to determine the feasibility and practicality of those bands being auctioned for this particular auction. And they got a long ways to go. So my recommendation is for the NTIA to really prioritize these bands of study, because without these studies being completed, we can't move forward with the 500 megahertz of federal spectrum that needs to be auctioned in this auction. In the interim, we could investigate stakeholder positions, creative solutions, and different electrical parameters that the NTIA is looking at to determine which bands are best for sharing and reallocation purposes. So with that said, let's look at the 5 that they've selected. The 1675 to 1680 megahertz band. The incumbent users, aka the users that are already using this band, is the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Under NOAA is the National Weather Service, and they have a satellite system that uses this band of frequencies to provide weather data to Americans. So every time you check the weather on your phone before heading out to work, and even emergency responders that are responding to things like wildfires, floods, and even tornadoes, rely on this satellite system. So this is a very important incumbent use that we really need to protect. At the same time, cell phone service providers want to use this band for their cell phone coverage. So how do we determine the feasibility of sharing? Let's look at the transmission systems that the National Weather Service uses to allow us to check the weather. Some transmissions are made within the band of 1675 to 1680, so they are very high risk of interference if new users come in and transmit at that same frequency as well, because that will cause interference. There are other transmissions that the National Weather Service uses for this system that are slightly out of this band, but are still at moderate risk because all transmissions have a certain level of out-of-band interference. So if the cell phone companies comes into this band, their transmissions could still affect the transmissions from the National Weather Service that are slightly out of the band. With that said, NOAA realized that the solution is to isolate the cell phone carriers to the uplink scenario. What that means is, sure, cell phone companies can use this 1675, 1680 band, but only from the direction of cell phone to cell tower, and not cell tower to cell phone. Because the uplink, cell phone to cell tower, is a much lower power signal than the opposite, the downlink signal. So with this low power, the out-of-band interference is low enough to protect the moderate risk transmissions from the National Weather Service, and with the use of some simple geographic protection zones around the high-risk systems, we could effectively implement sharing with this creative solution. So after this discussion, looking at the incumbent users, electrical parameters, and creative solutions is what the NTI needs to do and is doing to really push forward for the rest of the bands and the rest of the 495 megahertz they need to select for reallocation. My second recommendation is for the FCC. The FCC should consider the results of the NTIA studies as well as historical auctions in the past to set up this auction and the licensing architecture in a way to meet the 4 objectives I discussed previously in the presentation. So while we're waiting for the NTIA, let's look at a couple historical examples. Two auctions, the C-band auction and the CBRS auction, are analyzed. The first auction, the auction of C-band, was an auction of exclusive use licenses. That means the bidders came into the auction, and if they won licenses, they had exclusive use over the band of frequencies in a particular geographic area. Nobody else would be able to contest with them. This raised over $80 billion to the Treasury because companies really like that exclusive aspect. Over 95% of the licenses won at this auction were from the big three cell companies, AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile. And the incumbent users were commercial satellite systems. And the big three paid extra money on top of the money paid to the Treasury to pay the incumbent users to move out of the band quickly so they could start their build out and use the newly acquired licenses for the spectrum. The pro is that there was a high amount of revenue to the Treasury, which was one of the objectives listed before. Another pro is that the incumbent systems were treated well. They were paid to move out of the band. They weren't just told to figure it out and move on. Furthermore, this was great for wireless technology. The 5G cell phone service that we all enjoy today heavily depends on the C-band. That's because the big three enjoys the exclusive use licensing to allow for reliable, always-on connectivity, which is the backbone of 5G. So this is great for innovation in wireless technology as a whole. The con is that this was not very fair or equitable. This C-band auction was a classic example of a regular forward auction. Highest bidder wins. If you have the money to pay for it, you win the licenses. And the entities that have the highest amount of money are the big three cell companies, Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Other competitors simply could not compete because not everybody has tens of billions of dollars in their balance sheets. Let's look at CBRS on the other hand. This auction auctioned off shared licenses. So if you were to win a bid and obtain a license of CBRS, you would have to compete with other people. You wouldn't have exclusive use licenses like C-band. This is why this auction only raised $4 billion to the US Treasury, because companies simply do not like that shared aspect. They want exclusive use licensing for the spectrum. The incumbent user was a Navy. They have radar systems on the coasts that they use a few times a year, and the government looked at this and said, okay, we're using this band only a few times a year, only on the coast in these limited geographic regions. We could use this spectrum and utilize it more and extract more value out of it. So they built a three-tier system with the Navy at the top, priority users right under them that cannot interfere with the Navy, and general users that are under both priority and Navy and they can't interfere with the two above. The priority folks need to pay for licenses to use the spectrum, and the general folks don't need to pay anything. They can access the spectrum for free for their transmissions. So this is great for the fair and equitable clause. This is because, almost all of the CBRS devices deployed in the United States use the general tier. This is telling us that Americans really value that free access to spectrum. And we're getting more inclusion of more different types of companies. It's not just the rich three cell phone companies that are using the spectrum. So this is great. It's also great for innovation because those go in hand to hand. When we have more stakeholders that come into this game with the easier access to spectrum, we have more types of services and transmissions that are being deployed, which is great for innovation, which is great for 6G. Lastly, the incumbents are unaffected. The Navy radar systems can keep doing what they're doing a few times a year on the coast without much interference, without any interference at all from the new users. And the con is that the proceeds to the Treasury were low. Like I said, people just don't prefer shared use, they prefer that exclusive value. So I've learned this summer that the fair and equitable clause is very important for public policy, because at the end of the day, we want to serve the public interest. So let's take a little bit of time and focus on this. In other domains, government set-asides are in place to ensure that people get fair and equitable access to market share and contracts. An example are construction contracts, and the government sets aside a small percentage of construction contracts for small businesses, veteran businesses, and other entities that might not have as much money to bid the high prices for the contracts. The same idea can be applied for the 800 megahertz of spectrum to be auctioned in this Working Families Tax Cut Act auction. Out of the 800, perhaps some or a few small slices can be devoted and set aside for exclusive use licenses for free for 6G startups, small nonprofits, or even research labs that simply don't have the money to compete in these auctions, but still bring immense value for 6G and the next generation of wireless connectivity. Back to the domain of spectrum, we could analyze the historical example of FirstNet. After the tragedies of 9/11, the government realized that the first responders, think EMTs, police officers, and firefighters, didn't have a cell phone network that could connect all of them together so they could communicate in an effective way. This caused delays, and as we all know, in emergency situations, every second matters. So what the government did was they created the FirstNet Authority, which was a government organization under the NTIA's direction that basically had one priority: make a cell phone network just for first responders so they have that exclusive, always-on access, no matter what. The issue was that even though the government has a decent amount of money, they balanced a million different priorities. And building a cell phone network cost tens of billions of dollars. And they just couldn't justify spending that huge amount of money for this one priority while they had so many others to balance. So what the government did was they partnered with AT&T, one of the big three cell phone companies, and AT&T invested over $40 billion into the infrastructure and the hardware. An example shown above, a portable cell phone tower for FirstNet emergency responders. And in turn, the government gifted AT&T Band 14. This is spectrum specifically designed to be used for these emergency responder situations and this cell network just for them. But what AT&T could do was that it could also be used as a supplementary band for their other commercial customers that weren't first responders. And this gave AT&T a great competitive advantage over Verizon and T-Mobile. So it's a symbiotic relationship, everybody wins. The big three, Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile, could partner with 6G startups, nonprofits, academic institutions, and research labs, and other stakeholders that are doing cutting-edge technology for 6G, but just don't have the big pockets required to build out the infrastructure required. So a similar partnership could be applied to this auction as well, and the FCC should consider that. Limitations in future work. So my main suggestion is to look at some objectives, historical examples, and determine the auctioning in architecture and infrastructure in a way to meet those objectives. But some folks suggest something different. They suggest that the way that the incumbents are being paid to help move out of the band might be something that's more worthy to look into as opposed to auction mechanisms. So as we discussed before, incumbents like the National Weather Service, as well as commercial satellites, need to move out of a band oftentimes when a new user comes into that band. And that's typically paid with the Spectrum Relocation Fund, or the SRF. And in order to obtain funds from the SRF, it could be a slow process. So some have suggested applying a streamlined approach to obtain funds in a way to kind of make everybody's lives a little easier. This could allow incumbents to move out faster and new users to move in faster, and time is money. So the faster action could result in more efficient use of the spectrum. Lastly, the Spectrum Relocation Fund's primary purpose is to allow equal capability. So if an incumbent system had a certain capability or functionality in an old band, they want to fund their activity in the new band in the same way. But some have suggested funding upgrades or advancements in the architectures to improve the use of spectrum, and that'll just help everybody involved. Furthermore, more quantified economic analysis really needs to be done before we make some hard decisions, as this presentation was more of an introductory policy discussion. And more hard numbers and figures need to be looked at before making decisions. And lastly, some have suggested just completely modernizing legacy systems. That National Weather Service system that we discussed before is decades old. But with the advent of the internet, some have suggested that some of the transmissions used can be off-boarded on the internet protocol, which has been a recent advancement. And if we do this, if we outsource certain transmissions to other bands that are well established, that will free up more spectrum, be more spectrally efficient, and it'll just better serve the public interest at the end of the day. So with all that said, I thank you for your time, and I'll open to questions.
Okay, absolutely fantastic job. You know, I'll make a quick statement. At the beginning of our opening comments, I kind of highlighted what leadership is about, and that there's a critical component. It's not just about authority, but it's really about influence. And then I kind of hit, well, how do you influence people? You influence them through sound character, you influence them through technical competence, and you influence them through the ability to make a connection with somebody. Navan has made more connections in this city than China has kids. I'm just telling you right now. He is constantly reaching out
And there were days between him, and I'm going to say this also for Sonia's mom, Sonia, where they'd come in and say, yeah, I reached out to Senator so-and-so today, and I was like, uh-oh. Yeah, I was like, wait. But they really, I'm joking, they really took, I'm not joking about reaching out to senators, they did that all the time, right? But really embodied and took that guidance on to reach out and make connections in order to advance your knowledge and understanding of the topic, in order to share your own ideas. And at the end of the day, this group in spades has done that everywhere. So excellent job on that. So hopefully your mentors are listening, because you had a boatload of them, for sure. And so with that, any questions? Somebody's got to ask a question. I'm going to call it. I'm going to call on our scientists there. Any questions? Anybody? Oh.
So you mentioned how, for example, on the coast, how the military used certain mans. Since they were only being used on the coast, and you mentioned that they're not always using them, they were kind of using it at other times for different things. Would it be possible to designate certain areas, in your opinion, that are far away from these areas that the Navy or Army would never use, so that they wouldn't need to be the top of the list for like certain, like central United States where there's no risk of interference, do you think?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So you're saying, is there some place in the United States where the Navy tier doesn't even have to be there? It'll just be priority in general?
Yeah.
Absolutely. So what they have done is that they created a dynamic protection zone, which is when the Navy says, hey, priority users and general users, turn your stuff off, I'm transmitting. There's a certain outline on the coasts that, like next to New Jersey, DC, that are saying, hey, you guys need to turn off. So to answer your question, in the middle of the United States, yes, basically there is no top incumbent tier because those transmissions simply do not pass all the way inland. But even on the coast, which is where most of the population is, right? So that's kind of where the most salient question is. In the past year or two, engineers have developed an algorithm to make that dynamic protection zone much tighter. So based on the trees, the landscape, the cities, they basically said the Navy transmissions, they modeled it in a much better way to make that zone tighter. So priority users, which by the way, Verizon is one of them, AT&T and the other big, there are a lot of priority users that use these devices. They're saying like, hey, we could even transmit even closer to the coast now, because this algorithm that was developed, this model that was developed, the propagation characteristics are now more updated. So yes, to answer your question, the inland United States, there's basically no top incumbent tier, but in the recent year, that has actually even been shrunk down even more, thanks to better propagation models and just simulations and things like that. So yeah, very interesting. Thanks.
Yep.
First, happy to say one of his many connections here that he's made in DC, so definitely one of your top.
Thanks for coming out.
I work for the committee, so short walk over. My question is, does the priority and kind of who it's given to in the bidding process, does that change based on administration, or is it who has the most money, or kind of how does that look like?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So first, it's important to say that the FCC recently regained the ability to auction spectrum in 2023. A couple of years before that, they weren't even able to do that. So that depends on the administration too, whether the FCC even has the authority to auction or not. When they do have the auction authority like they do now until 2034, and I think a little after that, then you get into the question of how do we set up the auction, right? In C-band, it was a simple forward auction. You pay the highest amount of money, you get the licenses. With CBRS, they had a little bit more of a sophisticated infrastructure, and that simply depends on how kind of lobbying takes place as well. So if you listen to the big three cell phone companies, they're going to want exclusive use licenses like C-band. So if the administrations are, buddy-buddy with the big three cell phone companies, you're probably going to see more simple forward auctions of pay to win, pay the highest amount of money. But if you're in an administration which thinks about spectrum sharing a little bit more and thinks about these more sophisticated, algorithms with, when we're tying in, fair and equitable use with smaller companies, then you could get these auctions where the FCC can basically set us, hey, we're setting aside these licenses for this. We're doing this kind of licenses for this. We're applying conditions for these kinds of licenses. So I guess to answer your question, yes, it does depend on the administration as well as the commissioners of the FCC. So, and right now, I know Chairman Carr is pretty well aligned with the administration. So I guess if you understand the administration's priorities, you can understand the FCC's priorities. But it's a constant cycle of who's kind of talking to the right people, who's lobbying for what, and everybody's just trying to make each other happy. So I hope I kind of answered your question.
Yeah, no, that was perfect.
Okay. Thank you for the
Thank
question.
you.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, any other questions? Any questions online? Nothing? Okay, good. Excellent job, Javon. Thank you very much. Who's up next? Blake!
Still Blakebird.
So Blake, if y'all don't know, she's got, you see two known members in our crowd. If you look back, those are Blake's parents. So say hi. We're super excited. All right, so are you ready?
Right.
This is something near and dear to my heart. I guess as we start, because the last two are oh no, 2.5.
Harrison's in the middle.
Harrison's in the middle. But we also have, I think that Blake is obviously sponsored by the American Nuclear Society. I think we have our American Nuclear Society representative here, Dr. Levin. Thank you very much for the support as you kind of press and visit us here. I see some Purdue shirts, which I can only assume are from your alumni association. Here are some friends, so you brought supporting fires. Typical Blake. Y'all want to introduce yourselves?
I'm Mallory.
Camera side off. Rip it out of my hand.
Hi, I'm Mallory. I'm one of Blake's friends. We met during one of our orientation, our orientation program that we're involved in together at Purdue. It's called Boiler Gold Rush. We're supervisors together, and I'm interning with Congressman Baird, literally just right down the hallway. So it was super easy to come see and support Blake.
Fantastic.
Hi, I'm Nolan McPherson. I'm also interning in Congressman Baird's office, and I study integrated business and engineering at Purdue.
And you and I are going to talk about a Marine Corps career based off your physique. I think that he'd be the truth, right? So how many push-ups would you do? Enough, right? All right, so Blake, you got great support, muscle and brains here. I'm saying you're not brains as well, so the floor is yours, all right?
Well, thank you for the very warm introduction. My name is Blake Bird. I'm a senior at Purdue University studying nuclear engineering. I'm very honored to be sponsored by the American Nuclear Society to participate in the WISE program this summer. Over the past 9 weeks, I have focused my attention on navigating public engagement and education surrounding nuclear energy in an era of nuclear expansion. Now, when I say an era of nuclear expansion, what exactly does that mean? As electricity demands continue to grow in the United States, we are looking for reliable, carbon-free energy sources that can support future electric grids. Nuclear energy is currently playing a role with supporting 94 operating commercial reactors, generating about 18% of our nation's electricity. Federal policy reflects a renewed interest in expanding nuclear energy over the coming decades. In recent years, there has been significant federal momentum to accelerate the nuclear deployment. As I show up here, in 2024, the ADVANCE Act was signed into law to modernize the nuclear regulatory framework, supporting the development of advanced reactors and modernizing the licensing process. Overall, strengthening the competitiveness of the United States nuclear industry. More recently, in 2025, a series of executive orders directed federal agencies to streamline reactor licensing. Overall, the goal of these were to accelerate the deployment of advanced nuclear technologies. In addition to these legislative changes, there are ongoing discussions within the Nuclear Regulatory Commission regarding the radiation protection policy that has been long-standing called ALARA, which stands for as low as reasonably achievable. Now, These discussions focus on regulatory modernization rather than reducing safety, but overall, these demonstrate that nuclear policy is actively evolving. So right now, we're hearing streamline, we're hearing advance, we're hearing expedite. We're discussing licensing reform, advanced reactors, and proposing updates to long-standing radiation protection policies. Now, whether these changes are adopted or not, one thing is very evident. Nuclear energy is once again at the forefront of national policy discussions. Whenever nuclear returns to the spotlight, so do decades of perceptions that have surrounded it. Now, those who negatively view nuclear, according to a survey conducted by Wisconsin in 2025, have associated nuclear with words like dangerous, accidents, and cancer. Now, these associations didn't develop without cause. They have been shaped by a series of highly publicized nuclear accidents and the way that those events were communicated to the public. In the United States, the 3 Mile Island accident was a key indicator of major miscommunication issues we have surrounding nuclear. While the radiological consequences to the public were minimal during this event, there was inconsistent messaging and uncertainty during this event, which contributed to a lasting loss of public confidence. Internationally, the Chernobyl disaster in 1986 reinforced fears surrounding nuclear energy. Although the accident involved a reactor design and a regulatory environment that is fundamentally different than that in the United States, the extensive media coverage led to many people to associate this event with nuclear power more broadly. More recently, we also went through the Fukushima disaster, which renewed public concerns surrounding nuclear. Now, these events serve as reminders that public support for nuclear energy cannot be taken for granted. During periods of uncertainty, public opinion can be shaped as much as by communication and transparency as by the technical facts themselves. As technical experts, it is our job to engage the public and build trust to streamline innovation. Now, when I first started this project, I thought I was going to be grappling with the idea that Americans don't support nuclear energy. Now, as I continued my research, I found that that narrative is outdated. As we can see in this graph across national and other national surveys, support for nuclear engineering or for nuclear energy has improved over the past decade. Now, whenever we look into this data, we can see right here that a lot of people report that they are not too well informed. However, out of those who are not too well informed, 74% still feel like they at least somewhat favor nuclear energy. Now, that's not the problem I'm trying to highlight here today. We also see that only 14% of those strongly favor nuclear energy. Now, I also want to bring your attention to those who feel well informed, with 88% at least somewhat favoring. Now, the key number here is the 66% who strongly favor nuclear, right? That 66 versus that 14% is the problem we're trying to address today. The difference is what this project is about. This issue is not necessarily about a lack of support. It's the issue that support isn't built on a strong foundation of understanding. As a result, opinions may be influenced by media coverage, historical events, or simplified narratives rather than an understanding of underlying science and regulatory process. Communities are increasingly being asked to participate in discussions regarding reactor licensing, advanced reactor deployment, and other complex policy issues. If people don't feel equipped to evaluate these discussions, support may be less resilient while new concerns or controversies arise. For me, this shifted the focus of my project. Rather than asking, how do we convince people to support nuclear, we need to start asking, how do we ensure that the public support is informed by evidence rather than limited familiarity? So the first place I wanted to identify was, where does this gap begin? My most intuitive way, because I have 2 educator parents, was to look at the K-12 science education. As an example, I looked at my home state of New York State. So we can see here, we have a list of the region's chemistry topics. So we start off with atomic concepts, model the atoms, and very simple things like that. And then we have a year long of a bunch of different other discussions. And then finally, right before school's out for the summer, we discuss nuclear chemistry. Once again, similarly with Regents physics, we have a year of the basics surrounding physics, and then finally, as a little afterthought, we have modern physics right before summer once again. So that This is just a one state, but it does provide a useful snapshot of how nuclear energy is currently introduced in K-12 education. Now, we all remember certain science facts from school, right? If I asked you what is the powerhouse of the cell, most of you would probably answer the mitochondria. Now, let me ask another question. What can be used to shield radiation, alpha radiation? The answer is something as simple as a sheet of paper or even the outer layer of your skin. The point isn't that everyone should know this the answer to that question. The point is that we tend to remember what we are taught repeatedly in school. Nuclear science, on the other hand, is only briefly mentioned, if at all. Students may learn about atomic structure or radioactivity, but they receive little instruction on how nuclear energy impacts our lives daily. As a result, people enter adulthood relying on media coverage, historical events, or public discourse, rather than foundational science education when forming opinions about nuclear energy. Now, this observation leads me to my first recommendation. Rather than creating an entirely new course on nuclear science, I believe we should better integrate nuclear science into existing STEM curriculums. Students may leave high school with understanding that nuclear energy exists, but not necessarily how it impacts our day-to-day lives. For example, when students learn about atomic structure and chemistry, they can also learn about the fundamentals about nuclear fission. Radiation can be introduced through discussions of medical imaging and everyday background radiation, helping students develop a practical understanding rather than viewing it solely through the lens of accidents. Now, this recommendation, I feel, should be led by the Department of Energy in partnership with state education agencies, the American Nuclear Society, universities, and educators. Together, they could develop optional curriculum modules, teacher training opportunities, and classroom resources that are already aligned with existing educational standards. Most importantly, the goal of this isn't to convince students to support nuclear energy. The goal of this is to improve scientific and energy literacy so that future generations can evaluate information critically and participate meaningfully in conversations regarding energy policy. While improving STEM education is a long-term investment, it might not address the needs of communities making decisions about nuclear projects today. That is what leads me to my second recommendation, which focuses on improving communication within the communities that are directly affected by nuclear energy. My recommendation is to establish a community engagement toolkit for nuclear projects. This toolkit would provide clear, consistent, and easy to understand resources that organizations can adapt to their local communities. Utilities have spent decades building trust by becoming active members of their communities through local outreach. Rather than asking every new project to start from scratch, I think we should identify those successful engagement strategies and share them across the industry. What works well from one plant might become a model for future reactor developers and utilities. I envision the Department of Energy leading this effort in partnership with organizations like the Nuclear Energy Institute, the American Nuclear Society, utilities, and reactor developers. Together, they could develop standardized resources while still allowing individual communities to tailor outreach initiatives. Successful community engagement isn't about convincing people to support nuclear energy once again. It's about giving them the information they need to make informed decisions while also building trust within the community. Now, my final recommendation builds on the previous two. If we're going to improve the understanding of nuclear energy, communication shouldn't depend on where someone lives or which organization they're interacting with. There should be a consistent approach to communicating nuclear information across the country. Today, there are many organizations communicating about nuclear energy. We have the Department of Energy, we have the Nuclear Energy Institute, we have utilities, reactor developers, professional organizations, and of course, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. The challenge is that each organization communicates a little bit differently. The quality, accessibility, and the consistency of information can differ depending on the project, utility, or community that they're coming from. This can make it difficult for members of the public to know where to find reliable information or how to process that information when it comes across. My recommendation is for the Department of Energy, in collaboration with industry organizations such as the Nuclear Energy Institute and other utilities and reactor developers, to develop a voluntary national communication framework. Rather than creating new regulations, this framework would establish best practices for communicating technical information in ways that are accurate, transparent, and understandable to non-technical audiences. Now, the NRC's mission is to regulate nuclear technology, not promote it. Instead, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission should continue improving communication about its responsibilities by providing more accessible explanations of the licensing process, inspection findings, safety oversight, and regulatory decisions. Improving transparency helps the public understand how nuclear facilities are regulated without compromising the NRC's independence as the nation's safety regulator. Ultimately, this recommendation is about creating communication, a standard for communication that is able to convey complex information clearly while ensuring that each organization communicates within its own mission and area of expertise. Like I said when I started this project, I thought the problem was that Americans didn't support nuclear energy. What I found was that support for nuclear energy exists, but its understanding hasn't kept its pace. My recommendations aren't designed to persuade people to support nuclear energy. They're designed to ensure that public opinions are informed by evidence, transparent communication, and meaningful engagement. Thank you.
Okay, absolutely fantastic. I'll be honest, when Blake first came into the program and I was looking at the credentials, and I saw nuclear engineering at Purdue, right? So I figured her topic would be somewhat related to the pros, technical advantages of advanced reactors or something to that effect. But it shows the beauty of this program, in my opinion, and that you have a hard engineering degree addressing a problem set or policy issue that is somewhat related, but not directly technical. And I thought that was fantastic. The other thing that I thought, and I go with Javen's as well, I'm hoping, yeah. And we've got educators in here, so I'm kind of gearing it towards y'all. The other thing I love about these particular efforts is that I'm a firm believer that if you start at K through 12, you can develop and implement policies that become more future-proof because you're starting at the baseline with education and an informed people. And so the policy implications that you make become future-proof as those people enter into it. So fantastic job on that particular effort. So with that said, any questions? And you two had better have. So get together, plan while I come over here. All right.
Great presentation. Again, Sarah with ASTM. This is more of a comment, but I am one of the individuals who has been born, raised, lived within miles of 3 Mile Island. So this really speaks to my personal experience growing up, as well as my family and friends who were alive when it happened. So for me, growing up, we had 3 Mile Island drills in school, and we would test the alarms and all the things. And right now, they're working to bring back, under a new name, a reopened 3 Mile Island's reactor. So for me, I think this is something that's really necessary. And to your point, a lot of what we were learned and educated on were on the accidents. So it was never positive in our community, it was always negative. And again, we're here at elementary school being told there could be a nuclear issue. We're like, what? I'm just in kindergarten, like, what do you mean? So I just really appreciate the efforts, and I think for me, now as an adult, again, who lives shadow of 3 Mile Island, that I think this stuff, even for me, would be important and educational because again, I was taught to fear it, but now being a little bit more informed, I'm like, there's benefits. So just wanted to applaud you, on your work and just recognizing that.
Thank you.
Okay. Any questions? Yeah.
All right.
Sonia's got one.
What? Oh, no, please go first.
You sure?
Sure.
Who had the question? There we go, there we go.
Well done. I just want to mention, you had mentioned the powerhouse of the cell, and I think everyone here probably did a little organelle with cells. And I'm just thinking that maybe you could suggest a STEM fair or STEAM fair where it's only nuclear, so at every grade level, you know, so maybe you want to comment on
Thank you.
any of your STEM.
Maybe I should have called you during this.
Yeah, to that point, I mean, she took it out, but I kind of thought it was interesting, so I got outvoted. She did it in a smoother way, but here we have a group of engineers to this point, and I'm sticking on this because I'm in the industry, right? And she asked this in her first round, what's the powerhouse of the cell? To the man and woman, hands went up instantly. Then she asked this group of future engineers, what can you use to block alpha radiation? And we got everything from Captain America's titanium shield to lead to, and I was like, to the point of the need for education at the K through 12 level, even amongst engineers, I think would be absolutely beneficial. So, yeah, good. All right, any other questions?
So, great presentation. You were talking about the region's competencies that are from your home state of New York. What I was pondering whether the nuclear concepts could be at the end of the school year, not because they're sort of overlooked, but because there's a prerequisite for a certain level of chemistry or physics baseline understanding. Do you think there's some validity to that, or do you think that it was just pushed to the side? And then to sort of piggyback off of that, how does that translate to a prerequisite of knowledge for the general public?
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. Like a lot of those are some foundational concepts that this is a very first level, like elementary level chemistry course or physics course. So I definitely agree that we do need to get through those foundational concepts. However, I think that nuclear is definitely a little bit more overlooked. There are some very elementary concepts within nuclear that can be introduced earlier. I go into a little bit more depth in my paper. There's also classes like earth science or environmental science, which maybe environmental science is a little bit different, but I know that for me in earth science, it wasn't as highlighted when it came to energy sources within our world. So I agree that yes, we need to cover those foundational topics, but I think that they can be emphasized a little bit more or incorporated within other concepts. Like when we're talking about energy in physics, we can incorporate energy transfers within atoms, stuff like that. So kind of understanding, okay, we hear fission, what does that mean? And that could be, how does that translate to energy that we're seeing at the fundamental level? So yeah, I definitely agree with that. And then what was the second part? Sorry.
How does that translate to
general public?
The general.
Yeah, so I mean, we're targeting, like the first concept was high school. We can't expect every single person to put their all into every single concept within high school. However, like Joe kind of just mentioned, I mean, we're sitting with some of the smartest people here, and you guys didn't even know some of this basic nuclear stuff. Sorry, not to call y'all out. But, and not that I expect, like, but that's the one, like, that highlights kind of this discrepancy that our best and our brightest still are not totally informed on nuclear, so.
Okay, from our Purdue group, any questions? So I know that are you on the same thing that you're going back to freshman orientation here in Brigham?
Yeah.
Those freshmen are in for a hell of a ride. So congrats. Are you taking all of them? Or just, okay, it's just I'm making sure. You're going to ride really well. All right.
We don't have enough room in the car.
All right, so absolutely, thanks. Dr. Levin, you have any comments? Any questions?
Just one quick comment. Like, I already gave you a comment on this privately, but one area where I think there's not a good deal of public understanding and wouldn't be covered within energy per se is the concept of risk.
Yeah.
And if you ask people what risk means, the average person, not somebody who's been engaged in the industry, you won't get a very good answer. And if you ask people to rank different risks, nuclear usually ends up here and it's really here. So, qualitative and quantitative engagement, instruction on what risk means, so that people have the basis to understand a little better, I think is also an important part of this. It's a little off the energy spectrum, but it goes along with, for instance, instruction, probability, and statistics, and that sort of thing.
Yeah, and that's definitely goes back to like we build that foundation of this elementary parts of what nuclear is, and then like Sarah was saying, she's learning risk immediately. So we kind of maybe need to reform how are we informing people of risk without scaring them off. So I definitely agree.
I was going to say, so I really support the idea of general education on nuclear energy more so, but in my mind, when I think about that, I think a natural obstacle would be all the companies that stand to lose from nuclear gaining prominence, like oil companies, solar, wind, et cetera, especially lobbying-wise and advertisements, like blowing up these huge disasters, making them be bigger than what they actually were. Do you think there's a solution to getting around that, or?
That's a big concern, right? Yeah, a lot of these oil companies are actively trying to fight against nuclear, but we are seeing kind of a reconnaissance or a resurge of funding. Amazon is a huge funder of nuclear. We talked a lot about AI today. We're needing new solutions to powering these AI data centers, and a lot of people are looking towards nuclear. So that's another great solution. So I think that while it is a concern and something to keep on our mind, I don't think that we need to be scared of that.
Yeah, great question. I think, and Dr. Levin, you can, jump in, but, we sat in last year, and I think that nuclear is, I think attaching it to the AI problem set, and because of its reliability, it has to be in the discussion of power generation for AI.
Yes.
So I think that might keep things a bit. Okay. Any other questions? So fantastic job. Thank you very much. I think we've got Harrison coming up next. So as Harrison brings up his presentation, Harrison's probably the quietest one in the group, and so we took him out to play a game of basketball led by Blake and Chris, and so we go out in an outdoor court, and Harrison shows up. You can see this story is a good story. And so Harrison shows up, and as we're there, we're choosing teams, and Harrison is the last guy chosen, right? Everybody's like, oh, it's Harrison. Harrison proceeded to, over the course of the next 30 minutes, dunked the ball 3 times, scored, I don't know, high score, 50-point game, and stole the ball from me every single time I touched it. So we have now called him the Tasmanian Devil because of his prowess on the basketball court. The only thing that was going to wow me more than his prowess on the basketball court is his prowess in this presentation. So, Harrison, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Harrison. I'm sponsored by IEEE. I'm a rising senior at UC Berkeley, and I'll be talking about my analysis and recommendations on the Secure Data Act. So first, just a little bit of history. Around 2018, 2019, a lot of news articles were being published about data privacy breaches. Why these years? Don't know. There was Cambridge Analytica, which was discovered in 2018, that they had roughly 87 million people's personal information, mostly without consent, and built psychological profiles on them. In 2019, a reporter exposed how little cell phone companies care about preserving your personal data by showing them hiring a bounty hunter to track anyone's location for a couple $100 very quickly. This concerned the American people, and Congress took note. The 116th Congress started passing on a few bills. Around the 117th Congress, we get the birth of more modern data privacy bills with the AEEE-USA, the American Data Privacy and Protection Act, and the 118th Congress had the American Privacy Rights Act. All these modern data privacy bills had about 3 rights that are pretty uncontroversial, which is the right for consumers to see what data a company has on them, the right to correct inaccurate data a company has on them, and the right to delete personal data a company has about them. These aren't very much debated, even the implementation of these isn't too much for debate, but how this is actually enforced and other provisions of data privacy bills is still very much controversial. So we get to the 119th Congress and the Secure Data Act. There's a hearing on this in the Energy and Commerce Committee relatively recently. It is still in committee. This bill is primarily supported by Republican and industry groups, while opposed by Democrats and consumer rights groups. It has the 3 rights mentioned earlier, and no one's complaining about that. However, it has an extremely broad preemption clause. It has no private right of action, and it emphasizes notice and consent over data minimization. So just go a little bit more over these sticking points. Just start on what is data minimization, what is notice and consent. Notice and consent is a model where a company has to tell the consumer what data they plan to collect from the consumer, and the consumer must accept that that data will be collected before the company is allowed to. If a consumer doesn't want that data to be collected, well, the only option is just not to use whatever service the company is offering. There is something known as procedural data minimization. This is pretty much just notice and consent, but a company must also tell the consumer what they will use their data for. Then there is substantive data minimization. This is a model where a company is not allowed to collect data that is not strictly needed for whatever service they're providing. Any additional data a company wants to collect, they must both tell the consumer, and the consumer must opt into getting this data collected. If they don't want this data collected, then the company must still offer this service to the consumer. The Secure Data Act uses procedural data minimization, while the previous 2 bills, the ADPPA and APRA, both had substantive data minimization. Then we get into private right of action. A private right of action basically means that consumers can sue companies directly for violation of their rights in order to get injunctive relief. The ADPPA and the APRA both had some form of private right of action. They had a compromise put into it, while the Secure Data Act has no such private right of action. Consumers must ask either the FTC or the state attorney generals to sue on their behalf. The final sticking issue I want to talk about is preemption. Preemption is the notion that basically federal law takes priority over state law. The preemption clauses in these bills basically say what state laws get preempted by this federal law. For data privacy bills, there's roughly 3 types of preemption that's talked about. The first is the most broad, which is when a bill uses language like relates to or related to. It's pretty much does what it says. Any state bill that is related to the federal bill in any way will get preempted. This is what the Secure Data Act uses. The next type of language is when a bill uses covers by or covers or something along those lines. This is a bit more narrow. It means if a state bill directly deals with the same topic or same regulations as the federal bill, then that part of the state bill will get preempted. The final type of preemption is when a bill uses a language called like inconsistencies. Funny enough, this is the most inconsistent type of language. It is used many different ways. Sometimes it's known as a savings clause or even an anti-preemption clause. What this means is as long as the state bill doesn't directly conflict with the federal bill, then both the laws will remain in effect. This kind of acts as a floor, so the federal bill will define an actual minimum standard, while state bills can kind of build on that and add additional regulations. Now just to go over some stakeholder positions. For notice and consent and data minimization, industry groups are much more for the notice and consent model. There's 2 main reasons for this. The first is it mostly allows business as usual. Companies don't have to change how they collect data, they just need to notify customers on their data collection practices. This is a lot easier to comply with. On top of that, industry groups argue that what is necessary for a service can be a bit ambiguous. An example they'll give is anti-fraud measures. Many anti-fraud measures require collecting a lot of data from consumers, and perhaps it's not strictly necessary, but most consumers and businesses agree that not getting defrauded is a pretty good thing. On the other hand, consumer rights groups are much more for the data minimization model. This is because there are lots of services that Americans can't really just choose they don't want to use because they disagree with the privacy policy. As an example, if you want to make a personal account on the iOS website just to get information, well, you need to use ID.me. You don't really have an alternative but to use ID.me. Then, for private right of action, industry groups are very much against private right of action. In the past, private right of action has seen a lot of abuse. Current data privacy bills in the States don't have private right of actions, but still, lawyers are using private right of actions from wiretapping laws to argue that website cookies, for instance, violate wiretapping laws. This kind of sounds like nonsense, but it doesn't even matter because they're just hoping to extract a settlement from the companies so the company doesn't have to go through a costly lawsuit. There's been over 4,000 lawsuits filed like this. On the other hand, consumer rights groups are for private right of action. The issue of only having the FTC or state attorney generals enforce the law is that they only have so much time and resources. They need to prioritize the issues they go after. Sometimes data privacy might not be a priority in every administration. On top of that, usually they're going to go after more repeat offenders, so one-off cases might just slip through the cracks otherwise. Then for the preemption, industry groups are for a broad preemption. Right now, it's kind of a patchwork of regulations, with every state passing their own bill. There's a few common models, but even if there's some common models between the states, it's still expensive to make sure you comply with every single state's version, even if it gives consumers more or less the same rights. On top of that, the Secure Data Act, for the two reasons mentioned earlier, is very weak compared to state bills, and it's a lot easier and cheaper to comply with, so industry groups would love it to preempt state bills. Consumer rights groups are against the preemption because it doesn't just preempt data privacy bills. The preemption is so broad that it would even preempt like cybersecurity bills and teleworking bills, which many people might not really expect at a first glance. In my opinion, does this bill help Americans? Well, I think that a bill needs to have strong, substantive data minimization in order to help the American public. As I mentioned earlier, a lot of services Americans can't just decline to use. If your job tells you you have to use a service, well, you have to use it. At my school, I have to use Canvas. I can't just tell UC Berkeley, hey, I don't want to use Canvas, I'm going to submit my documents manually. I'd get laughed at. That's not a thing. Substantive data minimization helps with this to ensure that companies don't abuse their position in the marketplace to collect too much extraneous data. Now, there can be some sort of compromise to help small businesses. Some bills have it so they're based on revenue, so only companies that make above a certain amount of revenue are subject to these regulations. The European Union's Digital Market Act instead just lists some of the biggest companies that are subject to additional regulations. This can be experimented on at the state level a bit more. For private right of action, some sort of private right of action is needed to ensure that consumer rights are actually enforced. There's many good compromises to be had. The ADPPA had a decent compromise where consumers must tell the FTC 60 days before they plan to sue. On top of that, there's no statutory damages, and if the FTC thinks that the lawsuit is particularly abusive, they can kind of take over the lawsuit before they actually end up suing. The Secure Data Act doesn't even make an attempt at compromise, which is an issue. Finally, for the preemption, I think that was still too early for such a broad preemption. The right to access, correct, and delete your data is a decent compromise for preemption, but every other part of the bill still needs a little bit more time. We've been seeing states pass more AI-specific privacy laws as AI advances, and it's going to continue advancing rapidly over the next few years. On top of that, privacy-enhancing technologies are no longer just purely academic. They're really being used at companies, and these types of technologies make it much easier to comply with data privacy regulations. It is much harder to change a bill once it's passed at the federal level than it is at the state level. State level bills tend to get passed a lot more than federal bills. My recommendations is that the Secure Data Act should pass, but only if the preemption is severely weakened, that some sort of private right of action is added, and a data minimization model is used over a notice consent model. In the meantime, states should continue passing their own bills. The patchwork of regulations is not ideal for industry, but until there's a good federal compromise, state-level bills are the only reasonable approach for consumers to gain actual, real, helpful data privacy rights. Thank you very much.
Okay, absolutely fantastic analysis of the Secure Data Act, for sure. Excellent. Do we have any questions?
Great job, awesome presentation. Just a question, since, you know, in the last few years, especially GDPR with the European Union, is obviously, at least from my knowledge, a lot more stricter than what our current regulations are. So, do you see that there's already companies, organizations that are getting stricter, or they're becoming more transparent because they want to comply with GDPR, since they also interact with European, you know, data and individuals? That, do you feel like that can help with some of this passages of bills and state levels, since they're already, you know, I would imagine investing a lot of resources into complying with GDPR?
So what I've noticed from companies is that companies now have separate privacy policies. They usually have a separate privacy policy for the majority of the US, for California residents, and for the European Union. So it certainly helps European Union, but there's still, the industry groups are still advocating for less privacy regulations in the US, and companies are not giving the US consumers the benefit of the European Union's GDPR.
Okay, any other questions?
Considering this is the 4th Congress, right, where they're trying to pass an act, and it seems like it's nowhere near even reaching, what do you think is like the realistic pathway to consumer rights? Is really state and talking to local officials, like how we can get there, or is there a push on the federal level to change these, or does it look like we're just going to get stuck and it's going to be now for the next Congress again?
Personally, I think that state is the most realistic path for the next few years. A lot of state bills have been passing in the past few years, so it's clearly working. On top of that, I believe that as more state bills get passed, it's going to force both consumer rights groups and industry groups to really come to the table to get a clear set of regulations, and it's going to force a federal bill to get passed in the future.
Yeah, completely agree. We got a question online? Our things run out of battery, so command voice.
A question from Dr. Kenneth Lutz. Some data must be collected, such as the phone number you're calling, and it must be retained for a month to render a bill. Should the collection of data also cover retention with a time limit?
That's a great question. I think with a data minimization model, it can certainly do that. That is something that I think would be great to experiment with on the state level and see exactly how hard it is to comply with those regulations and if they're realistic.
Yeah, absolutely. Any other questions? Fantastic job, Garrison. All right, so we saved the best for last. As Bradford models his, gets ready to model himself.
You don't wear that?
I don't know.
Erica, do you mind if we call you out?
For what?
So, Bradford, put that hat back up, because it's front and center to the discussion.
Oh, okay.
So, I guess you all can take a guess where Bradford's from. Texas. If that came to your mind at first, you're spot on. It just so happens, I believe you made that hat.
Yes, sir, it is.
He made that hat. And so because he made that hat, he has now got request after request. So I came in and brought him some python skin to make a hat, of which I don't see my hat yet. But then today, as we walk in, Erica, out of rabbit felt, right?
Rabbit, yes, sir.
Out of rabbit. And so with that, Erica comes in here and tries to be real nonchalant and quiet, and she hands him, almost like a drug dealer or something, this bag. Can we see that bag? And so I watched this transaction, undercover transaction occur, and I'm like, whoa, we're in the halls of Congress. Nothing illegal allowed here. And this bag has got Erica's cat in it.
I've been brushing Rufus for the last 2 months, and that's Rufus's fur, so he can take it back and add it to a hat.
So, there you have it. So if you have anything out there, cat hair, rabbit hair, beards, we'll take it all and we'll turn it into a hat. All right?
30 rabbits.
So with that,
30 rabbits.
30 rabbits. All right.
30?
Half a cat.
All right. And I still want mine.
I'll get you something.
I want my hat. I gave that skip. All right. So, in all sincerity, Bradford's being sponsored by the American Nuclear Society. It is our last presentation of the day. We really appreciate everybody's attention here. And we did say this is just an absolutely fantastic presentation. And to me, it shows how policy doesn't just reside within this building. That there is things that are occurring each and every day across America where policy and your skills to apply policy come into play and really make a huge impact and a big difference, the small things. And I think that Bradford's topic here and the way that he approached it and addressed it reinforces that idea that policy happens at all levels and you can make an impact not just through legislation. So with that said, Bradford, have at it.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Bradford Arnold. I'm a physics and chemistry student at the University of Texas and one of the 2 American Nuclear Society's 2026 WISE interns. So, I've been hosted by the Nuclear Energy Institute and IEEE-USA, and this summer I analyzed DOE funding opportunity DE-FOA 3410 and its round 1 award record, and I got to interview the principal investigator at the country's largest 2-year nuclear training center. So my findings were that DOE has committed the money for 10 new reactors, but that its own workforce program has excluded the institutions that train the construction tradespeople who build those reactors. So today I'm going to cover demand, the program, the round 1 award record, what colleges can already do, 5 amendments, and the time. So, starting with demand, in May of 2025, the White House issued 4 executive orders on nuclear energy, directing the DOE to prioritize putting 10 new large reactors under construction by 2030, and raising the national goal to quadrupling capacity to roughly 400 gigawatts by 2050. On June 23rd of this year, DOE followed with a conditional commitment of up to $17.5 billion in loans for up to 10 AP1000 reactors. The resulting workforce requirement is that today's roughly 100,000 nuclear workforce will need to increase to 235,000 by 2035. So that is 135,000 additional workers in 9 years, up to a goal of 375,000 by 2050, with roughly 90,000 of those being skilled construction jobs at that endpoint. Now, both national targets are aspirational, and the workforce implications survives any skepticism because even with a far smaller demand, the workforce needs to grow to much larger than it is today. Now, DOE's own commercial liftoff analysis has identified the skilled construction trades as the only category that is constrained on all 3 measures: availability, certification, and nuclear experience. On active build, the trades are roughly 50 to 60% of the workforce, and 40% of the current nuclear workforce is retirement eligible within 10 years. We've got 320,000 additional welders that are needed by 2029 across all industries, and the mean age of the average U.S. welder is currently 55. So we currently have the funding for the reactors, but we do not yet have the workforce to build them on time or on budget. The federal instrument to rebuild this workforce already exists. It is the Nuclear Reactor Safety Training and Workforce Development Program, run by the Office of Nuclear Energy through its Idaho Operations Office, and is appropriated with $100 million under the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act. It is a competitive solicitation, an administrative document rather than a statute, which means the DOE sets its terms and can revise them without congressional action. The program's text contains a contradiction. The eligibility definition on page 4 states that a prime applicant is an institution of higher education. Now, on page 22, the award structure states that a consortium must only be led by lead university applicant. So the same document that opens that door on page 4 closes it on page 22. The scoring matters here too. Round 1 was scored on a technical merit at 40%, with safety credential at 30%, and community benefits plan at 20%. Now that community benefits criteria has since been removed to conform with the 2025 executive order, which frees scoring weight and confirms that the round 2 criteria are currently open for revision. Now the lead applicant provision, not eligibility, is the binding constraint. That's why no college is led. Now, round 1 closed in January of 2025, and then April of 2026, DOE announced $49.7 million across 10 projects. Now all 10 projects were led by universities, largest of which was $19.2 million to the University of Toledo's Great Lakes Partnership, which was matched with $20 million in non-federal funds. Members included the American Nuclear Society, 3 community colleges, and the IEEE-USA. The second highest was NC State with $18.3 million, and they had the Consortium for Reactor Safety Training, which named 2-year colleges as one of the 6 pathways to safety training. Now, smaller awards paired Nebraska-Lincoln with Southeast Community College and Washington State with Columbia Basic College, and 2-year institutions they appear throughout the portfolio as partners. They never do as primes. Indian River State College, home to the NSF Center that has trained roughly 4,000 nuclear technicians, did not apply. Its RCNet principal investigator told me in July that its college read the lead applicant language as exclusionary from it applying. It instead serves as a subject matter expert on the NC State award. Now, the most qualified institutions didn't lose the competition, they didn't enter it. Can colleges carry this work? Their record says yes. DOE's own industrial assessment centers were university only from 1976 until the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act funded an expansion in November of 2023. DOE placed about $32 million at 17 new hosts, and its first awards ever to community colleges, trade schools, and union training programs. Indian River Center trained those 4,000 technicians across more than 40 college partnerships. And at Vogel, Augusta Technical College trained Southern Nuclear's operators and maintenance staff exactly as requested. Construction and craft ran through the contractors and the trades only because the craft was never part of the request to Augusta. The constraint is the program's design, not institutional capacity. And the same record carries one warning, and that warning supports the amendments. Enrollment across the college network tracked to the last construction site, climbing from 900 students to above 1,800 before falling down to 430 when the announced build-out stalled. The flagship program closed in 2019, and the lesson is to anchor training awards and finance demand, and demand is currently financed. Policy direction already points in this direction. So, the same 2025 executive order that makes nuclear careers a priority directs the labor and education to expand the nuclear apprenticeships and career technical education. The Advance Act directs the NRC to establish traineeships and trade schools, and that sub-program over there exists, and its rollout is currently paused on the government-wide grant reform review, and the pause makes this FOA the live federal vehicle for the trades. Bechtel and NAVTU signed a national nuclear construction agreement in May of 2026, and Texas has stood up a $350 million advanced nuclear fund and a statewide workforce program. The American Nuclear Society and Nuclear Energy Institute both list the skilled trades workforce as their state priority, so our alignment here, policy-wise, is complete. Only the delivery mechanism is currently missing. Now, the intervention is 5 amendments, each one keyed to the language the FOA already contains. They redirect no funds, they reduce no university eligibility, and create no set-asides. Amendment 1 corrects that contradiction on page 22, and Amendments 2 through 5 name the construction trades need and make it a scorable criteria. These edits are to an existing document, they are not new policy. Amendment 1, verbatim, strike a lead university applicant, and instead state a lead institution of higher education applicant, including accredited 2-year and technical colleges. The edit conforms the award structure on page 22 to the eligibility definition the document already states on page 4. It changes no eligibility rule, and it moves no funds. It is a correction. It is not new policy. Amendments 2 and 3 make a trades application both responsive and scorable. Amendment 2 specifies in the program objective on page 16 and the matching review criteria on page 68 that the safety credential includes qualification for safety-related construction, such as ASME Section 9 welding under the NQA1 quality program. So without that line, a trades application risks removal at the responsiveness screen. With it, the application scores under the 30% credential criteria because safety-related welding is reactor safety. Now, Amendment 3 adds, alongside the existing priority for communities near operating plants, a priority for regions with reactors under construction or regions with an NRC construction permit. So that's going to widen the priority to match the program's own goal of deploying new reactors. Once again, no replacements are being made. There we go. Amendments 4 and 5 finish the set. Amendment 4 aims construction and skilled trade certification among the workforce's gap. An application may address the workforce gap that an application may address. Now, the technical merit criteria, worth 40%, already rewards correctly identifying gaps, and the workforce estimate DOE cites already includes the workers who build reactors as identified gaps. So this is simply ensuring that a trades application is scored on the gap that it addresses. Now, Amendment 5 credits the applications that address the most constrained categories and secure non-federal cost share from employers, utilities, states, and under federal cost share rules, donated instruction and facilities count towards the match. So a joint apprenticeships committee of instruction hours, committee's instructions hours, or a builder's donated weld lab can carry as part of that federal cost share. Now the weight freed by the removed community benefits criteria is the natural home for this federal cost share rule, and each amendment we've gone through so far is additive and they do not mandate anything. Now, the timing is the reason that this matters now. A registered apprenticeship runs 4 to 5 years, and an associate's degree with nuclear qualification runs 2 to 3. So labor for the 2029 to 2032 mobilization is set by decisions that are made now. So about $50 million remains in this fund, and the second round is anticipated this year and has not yet been issued. Under Executive Order 14332, it must clear a senior appointee review before it can go out. So, DOE has already issued its implementing guidance in Policy Flash 2026-33, so both the revision and the review are currently open at the same time, which means language can still be changed. Now, the question is not whether the solicitation will be amended. It is being amended now. The question is what the amendment should say. My request is to amend the Round 2 announcement before it is issued, correcting a single contradictory line with the document, while the document is currently already under revision with the lowest cost action available against a high-risk constraint on the nuclear build-out. So say thank you, and if you have any questions, now's the time. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Where'd you get that radio voice?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, any questions?
Oh, that's right, there's no mic.
You're the mic.
Sure.
It's the battery's out. Look, go ahead.
Melissa Hayes, EPW,
Okay.
Also American Nuclear Society Congressional Fellow. We have lunch tomorrow.
Yes, we do.
And so we'll chat more about this
Yeah.
tomorrow. Can you send these to me?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm wondering you said you chatted with some of the folks at DOE about these. How did they take some of these recommendations? Did you make any of these recommendations to them?
I did. So they read the paper that's associated with this before our chat. We chatted for about 30 minutes yesterday. I let them know that I was not going to include any of their comments in this actual presentation. So I'll let you know off the record, but while it's being recorded, that was the one request I got was before I actually clear with them and any words of theirs that I'm using, just getting direct pleasure. So I'll let you know tomorrow. But
okay. Sounds great.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, Bradford, one thing that universities do often in terms of going after federal money is to form consortia.
Yes.
is there any movement within the community college and the technical college community to sort of copy that, to make it more likely that they would get funding on their own without having to go to the university as the lead?
I know that Kevin Cooper was interested in applying and very much matching the university program, the way that the universities have done it, but did not because of that language. So at the very least from one, I know there's interest. I'm speaking with Bay City down in Texas. There's another community college that's potentially interested. Those are the only two that I know of. There might be, but I have to reach out to more to know that. But at least one, yes.
Any
pair?
Besides recommendations for edits to this particular proposal,
Yes.
Do you have any other recommendations to Congress to increase the workforce shortage in this area throughout your research?
This was the immediate one, but theoretically going in and creating, whether it's similar to this, it's not in this one, but there is a further recommendation that can be done within this, and that could also be applied to Congress to go in and create a specific technical college track. So you got a university track, and you could have a technical college track as well. That would allow for these to be guaranteed consortia to happen. So right now, it's just opening the pool. They can apply, and they may not get it if these are amended, but going and creating a technical college track or creating, this was made in the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act. This was went and this program was requested DOE to create one, put one of these together, put these funding requests, FOA out. Theoretically, they could go in another bill and request that DOE create a new FOA, or I think they're doing a NOFO now, is what they're trying to do instead. But a funding request for specifically a nuclear trades, nuclear construction tradespeople style version of this. There's another way they can do it. Outside of that, I could probably come to you with better answers after this, whenever the white haze clears.
So another question from Dr. Lutz. Today's New York Times mentioned that AI companies are hiring thousands of technicians at high salaries. How will nuclear plants compete for workers, and are there enough people?
As of this moment, I think I stated, let's scroll all the way back, that welders specifically, that's always the easy one people like to quote and pull to, but one more. There we go. The mean age of welders is 55. I think that was a good statistic I was able to get, but for a lot of the trades, we're facing not a lot of people in the middle, so there's kind of I guess you could call like a valley of death, where you've got a bunch of younger people coming in, but you are missing nuclear especially, but all throughout the trades, you're missing a big gap in the middle. So yes, there is a significant gap, and as AI data centers are coming in, it's not the biggest risk because these are construction, so it is, they will finish their data center, and then they can move on to a new, creating a nuclear power plant doesn't take decades. It takes maybe a decade and a half, depending on which reactor it is, but they will be able to move on once their work is done and move to another one. So we do certainly have a dearth of construction workers through the construction tradespeople that are certified, but yeah, the risk isn't that the data centers are going to take all of them. Potentially there's a risk that these people will just silo themselves and only work in data centers, but we need as many as we can get regardless of their specialization. Cool.
Woo. Okay, maybe one final question. I think to kind of go with AP's comment, I think it's probably appropriations of more funds for workforce development. Given that, and as we talked to Kevin Cooper at Indian River, sustainability of a program and for it to be self-sustained. A theme of our 9 weeks has been the potential role of industry to come in and assist with solving their own problem, or a problem that is absolutely related. So if you go to your amendment number 3, to me, if you are going to add a provision or recommendation that you give priority to rating a university and or 2-year college's proposal
for new build sites,
Yeah.
would it be advantageous, or would it be too far an ask to say, if you do that and you want this extra credit, do a teaming agreement with an industry
Yeah.
at that? Did you consider that, and is there a spot?
So that's Amendment 5 right up there, is donated instruction from the local unions, as well as facilities donating potentially weld labs or various other physical things, weld labs are good. Actually donating equipment to be able to facilitate the actual training. That can be part of the cost share, largely borne by industry. So most of these are consortia, so I know the one in textile we talked about, they do lots of training for operations technicians, and they're looking at if they're interested in moving and branching out to construction, they do want to continue those partnerships they have with industry. And so they have the expectation, they've had the expectation in the past that industry offers them people to help train. The guy I was chatting with, he was a former operations worker who was brought to Bay City to teach exactly what he had been doing for about 10 years. So currently, the community colleges that were working on operations, training the operations technicians, they expect that industry will be working with them. So that is an expectation for some, not all, but a number of the community colleges that are currently working in the nuclear trades. They expect that industry cost share. They don't expect to be bearing most of those funds on their own.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I think that brings us to a close. Absolutely fantastic job from our group here across the board. I think that, I guess as we close out then, remember what I told you, my charge to you all, and I think that this group has absolutely seen the talent that you have. Use those talents and lead in your respective industries. Take that leadership role so that we can move forward. I think that this evening, at least for this group and the formal FMR folks, we have dinner at what time?
5 o'clock. So we're gonna go take some photos on the steps backside. Yeah, do you guys want a photo with the Capitol Dome?
Okay.
Oh, sure.
I do. I'm gonna jump in.
You